I would like to call to order the regularly scheduled Village Council meeting for the Village of Beverly Hills for Tuesday, June 16th, 2026. Ms. Brown, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Rajusco? Ms. Kescometti?
Here.
Mr. Mercer?
Here.
Mr. O'Gorman?
Here.
Mr. Aboud? Mr. Drummond?
Here.
Mr. George?
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right, thank you. With that, would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. Are there any amendments to the agenda or a motion to approve the, I forgot. If someone would like to make a motion to modify the agenda to include business agenda item number 8 related to the packet laying on your desk, that would be appreciated.
This agenda number 8.
President George,
Yes.
I move that we amend the agenda and add business agenda item 8 as G8 to that agenda to discuss the business of considering GLWA, I think it's GLWA. Yep. Member partner contract for legal services for the 3M DuPont public drinking water settlement and corresponding resolution.
Support.
Support from over here. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right. All those opposed? Okay. Now, do I have a motion to approve the agenda as modified?
Move to approve as modified.
Here today to introduce and swear in Officer Sean Vargo. We were fortunate enough to lure Sean away from the Inkster Police Department after he retired with 25 years on the job at the rank of commander, which would be the equivalent of our deputy chief. So Sean was the number 2 at Inkster for 25 years. He was in their investigations bureau, their internal affairs bureau, and involved in many, many high-profile incidences in Inkster. Kind of a story of a comeback story a bit. About 14 years ago, Sean applied to be a public safety officer in Beverly Hills when he was laid off by Inkster. And unfortunately, the job offer from Beverly Hills did not get to him soon enough, and he was recalled by Inkster, and he just felt more comfortable going back to Inkster. But when I interviewed him, he said, I always wanted to see what it was like to be a Beverly Hills police officer. So we are here, we're dream makers here. We're here to fulfill his dream of becoming a Beverly Hills police officer, albeit 14 years later. Better late than never. So, Ms. Brown,
No time like the present.
I swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of this state, and that I will faithfully perform the duties of public safety officer in and for the Village of Beverly Hills, County of Oakland, State of Michigan, according to the best of my ability. So help me God. Of course I was going to say. Oh, okay.
So Officer Vargo's wife is going to ceremoniously pin his badge, or a family member is going to ceremoniously pin his badge on his chest.
Love it.
Someone's got to do it.
Someone's got to do it.
It's awesome to do it too. No, I think it's staying on for
Okay.
a good while.
Got a couple layers.
Maybe 20 years.
So my second announcement today is Officer Nicholas Pointer. Nick traveled to San Diego last week and participated in the United States Police and Fire Championship Games, which are the equivalent of Olympics for police and fire departments. Nick is quite an accomplished swimmer, and he swam in 5 competitive meets, gaining a gold medal in each of the 5 meets and setting records. So he is here today, and I just wanted to acknowledge his great achievement with his 5 gold medals and say if anyone is looking for a swim coach, if anyone needs any swim instruction, I think I have a good reference for you.
What events?
Nick, what were the events?
100 freestyle, 100 IM, 50 freestyle, where I beat my record from at that meet, 50 backstroke and 50 breaststroke.
So you're a sprinter.
Yes, ma'am.
That's awesome.
That's it. Thank you.
Well, I want to say, hey, happy to have you both. Seriously, 14, you picked a great time to come, you know. I don't know if you heard, we just bought a new ladder truck, got a new chief. Things are going great over there. So I think it's a great time to be here. We appreciate you showing up, and I love publicizing, going out to California and telling them who the real Beverly Hills is. So I appreciate that.
A lot of questions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you both. All right, any other community announcements? Those are hard to top, but I love it. If none, we'll move on to public comments. Anyone? Public comments, we got a timer on there, so we're trying to keep comments to 4 minutes per person so we can make sure everybody has a chance to speak. So if anyone has one, there's another period at the end, and we'll probably talk through some of these discussion items with them as well.
Bill Eisman, Valley Ridge Drive. 2 interesting comments this evening. One, thanks to Mr. Mercer for having refloated the need for a discussion on light electric vehicles in the village. Spring has sprung and summer is upon us, school's out, and the level of traffic of light electric vehicles on our streets and sidewalks is pretty intense. Confrontations are pretty intense. Above and beyond the somewhat expected lack of courtesy when interactions happen between cyclists and pedestrians. There's just a lot of dangerous behavior. And so I can't express the level of urgency that we need to place on education, enforcement, and development of appropriate ordinances to convey the people's mind about what we need to do with light electric vehicles in the village. Secondly, I'll just make a note, there's been some interest in the fish survey work that is slated to occur at Wenbrook as part of, exploring the opportunities at that new site. It had been published in the village email that it was to happen yesterday. It's now scheduled for Thursday, and we're, those of us on the fish survey team are all on alert that weather's likely to be bad and preempt that. So as it does firm up and we get to a day when we're actually going to be in the water at both Douglas Evans and Wenbrook, I'll make sure the word gets circulated around.
Please do. Thank you, sir.
Hello. My name is Erica Driscoll. I live at 17244 Lockerbie in Beverly Hills. On May 11th, my husband was walking our 2 dogs as he did most mornings for the past 20 years. He would walk in Beverly Hills and Birmingham. This day, he chose to cross at the intersection of Bates and 14 Mile. He was heading south on Bates. There was a woman heading north on Bates. As my 6'4" husband, Jerry Driscoll, crossed 14 Mile, an 86-year-old woman took a left-hand turn, ran into him, and killed him. My 2 dogs were also injured in the accident. Why am I here? Because this is a little uncharted territory for me. I don't know where to begin, so I have been to the Birmingham Multimodal Commission meeting. I have been to the Birmingham City Commission meeting, and now I'm here. I can't let his death, and I won't let his death go on without some sort of purpose or some sort of good coming out of it. So I'm learning on who's responsible for what, speed limits, stop signs, crosswalks. I'm getting a lot of this right now, everyone pointing at someone else. I want to be very clear that the press release that was issued by the Birmingham Police Department was very misleading, as if he was walking in the roadway down 14 Mile or down Bates. He was crossing the intersection, one of the only streets that goes from Beverly Road all the way into downtown Birmingham. Again, he's 6'4", 2 90-pound dogs by his side, and she ran right into him. There are two things here. One is the fact that we know Beverly and 14 Mile, we know Southfield and 14 Mile, and we know that strip on 14 Mile are so dangerous. And we keep continuing to kick the can down the road, and we don't know what to do with it. And I'm learning on all these different analysis and tests that have been done to determine traffic patterns, pedestrian traffic volume, etc. So I have a lot of learning to do. But we have to stop kicking the can down the road, especially at those key intersections. 14 in Southfield is a nightmare. You've got double left-hand turns to head south on Southfield. You have people that don't stop making a right on 14 Mile. We all know that Beverly Road and Southfield is a death trap. We have kids crossing there all the time. And now that summer is it's summertime, we have no crossing guards. So let's stop kidding ourselves that this isn't a major safety issue and that people's lives are not being lost by ignoring it. The second issue that I am learning more about, and Sue Lamphere, my dear neighbor who witnessed the accident on May 11th, has been a true friend, a true supporter, and I really appreciate you. There is legislation that was presented by Rosemary Bear about doing testing for drivers once they reach certain age points, 75, 80, 81. That legislation, there are meetings that are happening on it now. I intend to, again, learn more, attend these meetings, and to continue to support those initiatives. You know, he was a dad, he was a good friend. He volunteered at Beverly and Berkshire and BCS. He worked in the Birmingham School District. He was an avid golfer. He was a lover of music. He was a kind soul. And now he's gone. Please support these efforts.
I appreciate you coming. I know Erica because our two daughters are Lizzie and Liz. We're the two Elizabeths that graduated together. And I knew Jerry, and it is incredibly tragic, and I am sorry. And I will tell you that I can't imagine a person on either Beverly Council or Birmingham Council not supporting more crosswalks across 14 Mile Road between, Southfield and the east edge of the village. I know that our administration has already been in conversations with Birmingham. We received a grant earlier this year or last year for $600,000 as part of $800,000 for a bunch of planned improvements in crosswalks and signalization throughout the village. Not including that, because that spans two communities, but that is certainly something that we are working on already.
Could I make just one other brief comment?
No, you're fine, but if you could step to the podium so people can hear you and see you, that would be appreciated.
I think the other thing that is something that can be done immediately is a greater police presence on Southfield. There are areas that it is, Bloomfield Township just announced 2 days ago that they are now monitoring, I think it's either Waddles or Long Lake by Updike, and because there's been so many, bad vehicle crashes. So they're doing it. They're stepping up their police presence. We know if you go down to Metro Airport and you get to Michigan Avenue to 94, Allen Park there, the police are always there pulling people over. So once people know that, hey, I'm going to get caught, maybe people will slow down and quit running red lights and quit using the left-hand turn lane as a passing lane or just to drive down it the entire way, because that's what's happening. I think the only way is if we start hitting people in their pocketbooks and start giving them tickets. And, that's the smallest thing that we can do, and we can start taking those steps tomorrow.
Agreed. And I know that now that we have a a new director of public safety. That has been one of the initiatives, is to increase traffic stops and ticketing, and we have done it to a certain extent. What the map shows about where that's taking place, I haven't studied, but I know they are making that effort. There is also underway currently, we received a grant to do a study of the intersection at Beverly and Southfield, because we know that is people going 48 and hustling up to 52 to run the red light. So we are doing a study of all the options to see what can be done to try to bring speeds down there. 14 and Southfield is a different conversation we haven't talked about, but I have walked it, and I know that if you're walking east-west on the south side of the road, you have to go north to the oil change shop, west to the grocery store, and south to the vet. You can't go straight across there. The road commission is, I believe, in 28 or 29, the plan is to do Southfield Road, and so we're trying to get as much conversation around Southfield Road as we can before they start the planning of that. I would love to see, selfishly, and I've brought it up, and I don't know that it'll happen because we don't have ultimate authority on it, but I don't know why the area of 14 Mile or the Southfield Road between Beverly and 14 doesn't look more like it does north of 14. I know why it doesn't. It's because north of 14, it's a Birmingham City road. South of 14, it's an Oakland County Road Commission road. But conversation might help. So I appreciate you coming. I'm happy to help shepherd you through learning this. Warren's a good guy to know. Mr. Johnston, sitting in the back of the room, deals with the public works. So from our side of the fence, we're here to support the effort, and we will do whatever we can to liaise with Birmingham to get better signalization, for sure. So I appreciate your comments.
President George?
Yes.
I'm sure everybody's going to stay till the end of the meeting, and you'd hear this in the manager's report, but there is an open house here on July 14th for the Beverly Southfield Road intersection study that we did, and it's scheduled for Tuesday, July 14th at 6:30 to 8 p.m. here in Village Hall.
Yeah, I'll just jump in and say, yes, thanks for pointing that out. I was going to, and that is a come at any point in that window. It's not a set program. It's more of like revolving stations you'll go to and be asked to give your input in different ways. So if you can't make it at 6:30, not an issue. You can come at 7, 7:30, 7:45. So look forward to seeing everybody there.
All right. Thank you. Other comments? Mr. Maxwell, you got your hand up on the TV.
Yes, good evening. In response to tonight's agenda, I have a couple questions and comments. The fiscal 2027 capital and heavy equipment replacement plan. Does the village have enough current room to store this new equipment? Next question. Do the current workers have the necessary training for this new equipment? Will there be asset tags recording the useful life of this equipment? Is all or part of the equipment listed on the new or replacement equipment? Is all the parts on the equipment list new or replacement equipment, since the village outsourced a lot of this work years ago? Next comment. Relative to item 7 on the agenda, Ordinance 395, the first reading draft. Will there be a second reading draft? Why wasn't a better description of the agenda item listed? Under section 1, 8-15D, I believe there's a typo relative to the year. The year should be 2025 and not 2026 as written. Under section 1.8-63A1, the quote, allow larger coop or pen to accommodate the additional chickens. If this ordinance is passed, and after the natural reduction of chickens, will the coop or pen be torn down? Will residents be able to keep the structure as is? Please explain how the village will enforce the residents that have grandfathered their chickens with more than the stated 4, will the village require those residents to submit detailed information regarding the number of chickens, some means of identification such as pictures, the chicken ages, and the date of the natural death? Will the chickens be tagged? Will the affected residents officially submit their chicken application? Bottom line, is the village pushing this amendment through for the personal benefit of a current council person and the 1 or 2 other residents that believe that they were grandfathered with more than the maximum 4 per the ordinance? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Other comments? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Mary Perfect Nelson. I live on Woodhaven. I've been there, this year will be 30 years. I really wanted to comment about the deer conflict that we have. I'm firmly ecocentric on this issue. I've lived alongside the deer for years. I don't really have a problem. I've learned to coexist with them as much as possible. I was a school psychologist working with our most challenging and vulnerable kids in our public schools for decades. This conflict that we have reminds me quite a bit of that. What would happen if a student was struggling, some of our most vulnerable students, the teachers would become frustrated, right? Their tolerance for things were often quite low in those cases. And we always had this 4-phase plan that we would use to go through and try to understand what was really going on so that we could have interventions that were tailored just to that kid. And then we could set the right goals. So only then could our interventions be just right. And if the child succeeds, the tolerance goes up. We were able to help, the staff to learn how to effectively deal with them. But we had this phrase that we used, and it was, in order to go fast, you have to go slow. 2 weeks ago, we brought in the DNR, and they essentially recommended the same 4-phase process that we use in psychology. They said no less than 3 times that simply counting deer was insufficient. That's really skipping the first 2 phases. I've since learned that the Humane Society of the United States also recommends that 4-phase approach, and so does Cornell University. They have done extensive research on forestry and the impact of deer browsing. Why does this matter? Because deer management is not a math problem. It really is a social and environmental balance. We could reduce the herd to a single deer, and if it still eats one person's trillium, the specific problem remains unsolved. And conversely, in a community that can host many deer, a community could host many deer if there were 0 conflict, if the social tolerance were high. So it's really about the number, the amount of tolerance that people have, which I think is also related to education. And I don't want to minimize the fact that there are people who are impacted quite a bit right now by deer. There's a lot of fear. I see it, I read it. I don't want to minimize that. I don't think everyone has the same experience that I do. I love them. I really don't have a problem with them. I don't see them that often. I live on an acre, over an acre, and there's plenty of buckthorn in the backyard for them to eat. But this 4-phase process matters because if we just jump straight to phase 3, which is intervention, we're missing some really important things, like who is impacted, how are they impacted, what education do we need to do? Even if all we do is jump to 3 and have a call, there's education that needs to happen. There are people out there who don't know what to do when they come across a deer protecting its fawn. There are things that we know work. We need education about that. We need education about how to protect the plants, what plants to actually grow, and things like that. So there's quite a bit of education that needs to happen that won't happen if we simply move to the call. I believe that we need to survey the residents. Phase 1 would really be understanding exactly what's happening and where and who's impacted and how. A survey that would go out to the whole community. I sent a draft to the council last week to find out what the social tolerance is among residents and if there are pockets where it's higher or lower, because that's really where interventions need to go. If we wanted to, we could track and easily get information about deer vehicle collision accidents, tick-borne illness data as well. There's many ways to do that.
We're going to need you to wrap up.
Okay, so in closing, I'm asking that you vote to initiate the formal Phase 1 study, including a resident sentiment survey, before taking any irreversible action.
Thank you. We will have some discussion on that later. Thank you.
I've prepared a statement so I can stay under my 4 minutes.
Awesome.
I timed myself. That's okay. I'm Suzanne Grimm, Vernon Drive. I am here to speak about the deer conflict as well. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight, and yesterday I emailed each of the council members my personal feelings, as well as the Humane Society project plan that we spoke of. It offers recommendations, options, a really clear framework for how to create specific management plans. And for those that are concerned that because it says Humane Society, it's all super no call, it includes call options in there as well. But like Mary, I would like to see our community gather data and make a sustainable, scalable plan that has meaning. Before we consider this irreversible action like a call, we do need the data. I think that right now, Facebook and the loudest voices are what's guiding a conversation. When someone like myself makes a comment, fact-based, not opinionated, on Facebook or to anyone that is pro-call, there's an accusation that I haven't done the research or I'm not informed. I personally have reached out to biologists at MSU. I've spoken to the Humane Society. I spoke to people at the DNR because I kind of anticipated this. I anticipated people saying, if you like a deer, you must not be educated or understand science. So I'd like to give I think this might be my only chance in this whole argument to give these facts. Deer will continue eating preferred plants after a cull unless homeowners take protective steps. Non-lethal methods fail only when used, non-lethal methods fail only when used inconsistently. When applied as a community-wide effort, it works. Deer find new paths. Deer aggression occurs mainly during 2 seasonal periods, does protecting their fawns and bucks during the rut. A cull is not going to change that behavior. The remaining deer will still act that way. Removing deer does not reliably reduce ticks or Lyme disease. When you reduce adult tick hosts, it actually increases the likelihood of ticks landing on people and their pets. Culling does not reduce deer populations long-term. The vacuum effect draws in deer from surrounding areas, and remaining does produce at higher rates. A 17-year Wisconsin study showed no population decrease after nearly 2 decades of culling. Only an ongoing costly life cycle continued with safety risks. Surviving deer often become more skittish and unpredictable, actually increasing road crossings and collisions. So we already have some non-lethal methods at our hands here. One of them is a 4-poster device and a Daminix tick cube, and then there are flashing lights that divert them when they cross the street. So again, I'm not saying let's not manage the deer. We do have a problem. I just don't want to jump right to killing, and I think it should be an actual vote on the ballot. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Would you bring that back when you're done?
T?
It's behind you over there.
I'm sorry. Greg Kessler, 18345 Beverly Road. In June of 2024, my partner Glenn and I received a visit from Matt Young, the code enforcement officer. He gave us a field correction notice for having chickens. When I asked if council member Rachel Hydrozuko was also going to be given a field correction notice on her chickens, Matt Young shockingly claimed ignorance. I think he was the only person in the village that didn't know she had chickens. The village manager at the time had the moral conviction to have Matt Young issue a field correction notice to Rachel Hydrozuko. We are now here today, and we're going to be talking about this amendment later on. We are now here because even after allowing Rachel Hydrozuko to help craft a chicken proposal with the zoning board, and allowing her to vote on the new statute instead of putting it on the ballot for the residents to vote on, she still thinks she should keep 14 chickens. There is no grandfather clause. Council will create one for her, but I would like to know why Rachel Hydrozuko was not given a field correction notice in October of 2025 after passing the new chicken statute. 8 months later, we still have no correction notice issued. She wants immunity from the statute she helped craft and voted for. We now have 2 classes of residents defined by council's actions and inactions: the privileged members of council who sit above the law, being given pass, and the people in the village who are given correction notices and made to comply. The people in the village who are given correction notices never get to vote on immunity for themselves, but I'm sure Rachel is going to be given that ability to vote on her own self-interest. She will predictably never comply with these statutes. She hasn't since the first, she knew of the statute that was existing, took us to court. And we all know we're here because there's no legal grounds for her to be grandfathered in, because it was always illegal. Someone once said, there is no morality without equality under the law. So every council member here swore to uphold the Constitution of the United States, and its bedrock is equal justice under the law. And I think that we should be we should have put this up for a vote the first time, and now we're going to be sitting here giving her immunity from the statute that she helped create. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, Mark Mellendy, Kinross Avenue. On the chicken issue, I can't believe this thing is still dragging out. It should have been put to a vote. I think the council is deliberately dragging it out for the benefit of one council member, and this is just hideous. That's the only word I can think of. It's just hideous, and I think you are in default of your responsibilities to the village. Second, on the deer, well, if we wait any longer, there's just going to be more of them, and the more of them, the more incidents are going to occur. There needs to be a quicker decision done and not dragged out, similar to the chicken issue. The more times that we have these deer, I've been approached by so many deer just walking my dog. I had a deer charge at me running across Southfield Road. There needs to be something done. It needs to be done a lot quicker than what I'm hearing again and again, more studies, and more studies. I'd like to mention that at least the sidewalks on the east side of the village are nearing completion. There were several spots that didn't make it last year. So now they're being corrected. So kudos to that being occurring. And last, I'd like to congratulate that we now have a speed hump on Beverly Road, which I think was greatly needed, and I think they probably could put a few more in around the village. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. We'll move on from public comments to the consent agenda. There are 4 items on the consent agenda this evening. Number 1, approval of June 2nd, 2026 council minutes. Number 2, review and file bills as of June 15th, 2026. Number 3, resolutions appointing SOCRRA and SOCWA representatives for fiscal year 27. And number 4, approve cost of living adjustment for village manager.
Can make a motion, Mr. President. Be it resolved that the consent agenda for this evening is approved by the Village Council.
Support. Support from Mr. O'Gorman. Ms. Brown, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Cascometti?
Yes.
Mr. Mercer?
Yes.
Mr. O'Gorman?
Yes.
Mr. Aboud?
Yes.
Mr. Drummond?
Yes.
Mr. George?
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right, thank you. On to the business agenda. Number 1 on the business agenda, the board and commission appointments. Mr. Rothy, I don't know if you want to...
Every year, the council does board and commission appointments. The council is divided into subcommittees who review the applicants we receive and make recommendations. We have a few vacancies on each of our boards. The boards being the Birmingham Area Cable Board, the Parks and Recreation Board, the Planning Commission, and the Zoning Board of Appeals. At this time, the council subcommittees who are here may make and propose appointments via, I move to appoint such and such to a term. And so I'll turn it over to the council and their chairs, or maybe alternate chairs, for making these motions.
All right. First up, Cable Board. We had 1 full-term vacancy. Mr. Aboud is the chair.
Yes.
And joined by Mr. Mercer and Mrs. Cascometti. So if you could give us a report and a recommendation, Mr. Aboud.
Yes, I move to reappoint Christopher Dobies to serve the length of service from 11/2022. Is that right?
He's served since then, so
Okay.
it'd be a full...
So we're keeping him to move on in the same way. He's had decent attendance, and that would be my motion.
Support.
Support from Mrs. Cascometti. Do we need to do, I assume we don't need to roll call these? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you, Mr. Dobies, for your continued service on the Cable Board. On to Parks and Recreation. Our chair is absent this evening in the form of Councilmember Hydrusko, so Mr. O'Gorman or Mr. Aboud, I don't know who would like to give an update on that.
You can give it.
We have 3 full-term vacancies, 1 seeking reappointment, and a bunch of new applicants.
I recommend we wait until Rachel's back.
I'm sorry, you'd like to wait?
I would like to move that we postpone this appointment until Rachel Rajewsko has returned. Can we do that or no? I don't have the background to say the 3 of us have properly discussed this. Okay. Unless Mr. Boot has a point of view on that.
I mean, I can make the reappointments based on what I'm seeing in front of me.
We've got too many new applicants, so I'd probably agree with that, moving it to next time if you're making a motion to table until the next.
I know on the board, the cable board, there were phone calls and, not phone calls, but texts telling them everything.
That's great. How about this? Let's defer that while our attorney makes sure that we're going to be legally compliant, and we will move on to planning. Chair of that subcommittee, Mr. O'Gorman. Additional members, myself and Mr. Drummond. Mr. O'Gorman, if you would.
Yes, thank you, Mr. George and Mr. Drummond, for your input. I would move that we reappoint Robin Dillard-Rousseau, reappoint Charles Copeland, and reappoint Jeff Campbell, and appoint Louis Lessem for the 4th position.
As the alternate?
As the alternate,
I'm sorry,
partial term, correct.
Okay.
Support.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. And we have, and you'll notice if you're following along at home, we have several of these people who appear on multiple of the lists as they applied a preference ordering to the available vacancies. So the fourth group is the Zoning Board of Appeals. The chair of that group, Mr. Drummond, additional members, Rachel Rajewsko and Tracy Cascametti. So, Mr. Drummond, if you would, please.
Sure. I'd like to thank our subcommittee for help on this. We would propose to reappoint Tim Makar, reappoint Leslie Rott, and appoint Savannah Palemi. That would be our 3 full terms. And then the alternate, we would propose appointing Colin Wassoff.
Support.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right.
I think you're going to say the exact same thing. I think you through process of elimination, that's what I was kind of figuring we land on. Through process of elimination, I think we can move back to the Parks and Rec for the 3 full terms, given the names that are present on there and the positions that are open.
Yes, we've
move forward with that.
We've removed Mr. Lassam, Mr. Wasloff.
And we have 1 late application.
Yeah. Okay.
So with that, I would recommend that we reappoint Mr. Greg Ross, we appoint Andrea Maker, and we also appoint Leslie Rott. Oh, is Rott already taken?
Yep.
Oh, sorry. Rob Wilker, sorry. Did I get that right?
Yep.
Okay, yes. Sorry, I was paying as much attention as I could.
Support.
Support for Mr. Aboud. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Thank you. So yes, we have times where we have more people than vacancies. I think we got everybody that we got an application for a spot, so I appreciate that. To our departing friends who are not seeking reappointment, we lost a couple of stalwart members, at least of the Parks Board for sure, so I appreciate the time that a lot of people spent working on the committees and boards on behalf of the community, and I look forward to getting some new people with some fresh legs to pick up where they left off. All right. Number 2 on the business agenda, approve the purchase of the fiscal year 2027 Public Works capital and heavy equipment. Mr. Roden.
In fact, I think we're coming in a few $1,000s less than what we budgeted across the board on all the pieces of equipment, so.
And budgeted meaning included in the budget we just passed.
Correct.
That starts
July 1. Yep, we won't receive any of this until after July 1st, so it'll be expensed to that budget.
All right, Mr. Johnston, if you can, I know we talked about a lot of this in the budgeting process, that what the need for some of this equipment was. So if you can just, I don't know, give us a bit on that and the process of that we go through to assure that we are meeting the requirements of bidding.
Of course. All of this included equipment helps make a bigger, stronger, faster, safer Public Works Department. Helps us out in the field, getting jobs done more efficiently, and keeping the village well maintained. The backhoe loader, anything for trenching, hauling, digging, ditching. This piece of equipment will be used on a day-to-day basis. The tandem drum roller, along with the asphalt hop box, will be able to do a lot of small asphalt HMA patchwork on our own. Along with the hot box, we'll be able to do just hot patch in small areas instead of cold patching where it's appropriate.
And so that will help us limp along some of the roads that are in the pipeline to get fixed but are not eminent.
Yeah, it'll help us maintain our roads, preserve them for longer, along with the crack sealer that's also on there, filling those cracks in, keeping the moisture from getting through the asphalt and the pavement, will help us prolong the life of the roads.
And we currently do some crack sealing, but we don't do it?
We do. We currently outsource it on an annual basis.
All right. Likewise, I see the stump grinder attachment for $10,000. That seems like a thing that'll pay for itself in
Yeah. So
short
the
amount of time.
skid steer, along with the few attachments, helping us clear sidewalks, helping us with smaller load moving, getting some stump grinding done in-house. There's a soil conditioner on there to help with restoration needs, and it's also a tool that can help with gravel roads and maintaining those.
The process, the procurement process, if you can talk about that, because I did see I've lost the name of the collective that we use to source well. If you could explain that, I'd appreciate it.
Most of these are collaboratively purchased, either through My Deal or Sourcewell, who go through the RFP process and have contracts already bid out for this equipment. There are a few items on here, smaller stuff like the trailer and some snow plows that were not, but those are items that are specifically branded to what the Public Works Department needs, and our regional reps have the sole provider for this region for those items.
And so the collaborative bidding is so that we don't have to go do an RFP. It is agencies that bid it through a site like Sourcewell, find the best price, and so it serves as a competitive bid for anyone who wants to use that pricing.
That's right, yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
It's the same program we purchased our public safety vehicles, including the ladder truck, a few council meetings ago. It's something we do regularly with purchases like this.
Also got some mobile column lifts in here so we can help maintain our equipment better. Our in-house mechanic can lift the equipment up, work underneath it easier.
All right. What questions do people have? Mr. Mercer, you're always good for a question. Come on.
I do have a question.
There you go.
Could you maybe address some of the concerns that were raised during the public comment on those items, such as do we have storage? Are people properly trained to use the equipment? Do we have asset identification? And is all the equipment new?
All the equipment is new. Our staff is trained on most of the equipment. The equipment they're not trained on, when the equipment arrives, they will be trained on it. That is included in the purchase of a lot of the higher-end equipment.
And I assume we have ample storage, although we could probably use a new Public Works building, but right now we can probably get it in there.
Yes, we're fitting everything. If it's not indoors, it's under awnings.
And you're going to personally keep track of this so none of it walks off, right?
No, none of it will walk off.
All right.
That's right.
There's, some kind of equipment tagging, since before I think the sum total of our assets were 3 shovels and a broken sidewalk grinder, I think is pretty much all we owned. So we've bought a bunch of stuff. As we took, Public Works used to be all outsourced, we brought it in-house. We've bought a bunch of stuff. What did we pay for the great deal we got on the 2 snowplow trucks? One was like 40 grand and one was like 5 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, they're saving us money where they can. We have to buy some new equipment. The high wear stuff, you got to buy some new. But we've also bought some used items that were incredibly helpful and timely.
Yeah, they came in handy over winter, that's for sure.
Thank you.
Yes, but a new building, that's a coming conversation. It's kind of getting bleak back there. That awning is looked better. Other questions? If none,
If none, please be it resolved, the Beverly Hills Village Council approves the purchase of equipment as outlined in the report from Director Johnston, as well as documented in the attached quotes. The total amount of the purchases is $495,603.77, and funds are available on account 101-441-970.00, Fund 101-441-794.00, 101-751-794.00, 202-463-794.00, 203-463-794.00, and account 592-543-794.00.
Someone's got to
Someone would
support
like to support that. That'd be great.
I'm sorry.
Support for Mr. Drummond. You read all those numbers.
I read all of those numbers.
I wanted to hear it one more time.
Yeah. Ms. Brown, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Mercer?
Yes.
Mr. O'Gorman?
Yes.
Mr. Abud?
Yes.
Mr. Drummond?
Yes.
Mr. George?
Yes.
Ms. Keskamany?
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Johnston, for laying this out. I appreciate you giving a description of each piece so people can read and see what they do. Keep us posted on how it's going. I've heard good things so far. All right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Number 3, review and consider fiscal year end budget amendments. Mr. Rothy.
Yes, as Director Cutie prepares to speak further on this, I would just say that at the end of each fiscal year, which is June 30th, we present to the council budget amendments for year end. Most of them are largely cleanup items. Again, I'll turn it over to Director Cutie to provide just a little bit more overview and answer any questions the council may have.
Thank you. Good evening, council members.
Evening.
I wanted to just touch briefly on the reason for budget amendments, as you probably are very familiar. Public Act 2 dictates how we need to develop and handle and monitor our budget, and in order not to be in violation of that act, we need to make sure that we do not exceed the budgeted expenditures in any one department. So this year-end amendment is an important one, in particular at the end of the year, because we just need to kind of true up the expenses and anticipate things like, final payroll of the year, any payouts that occurred during the year that maybe weren't captured before, things like that. So, and because of, wanting to avoid being in violation of that act, I do look at things that I know that are going to be coming in and to be paid for, but I also like to add a little bit of extra for anything unexpected or any surprises or something that I perhaps did not hear about or didn't come across my desk. So just because I've amended a figure in an account number does not necessarily mean I expect we're going to spend that full amount. So just wanted to make all of you aware of the thought process that goes into it. As was stated earlier, most of the adjustments are just to kind of true up some expenses or true up the budget in some of the expense accounts where I know that year-end activity is going to be coming in, and year-end payroll adjustments for the last payroll of the year, and also the first payroll in July, which is generally accrued back to June. So I've taken a look at all of that and made those calculations, and those are in here. The detailed pages that follow my memo, if you care to read them at bedtime, there's a brief description by each line item that kind of tells you the reason for the amendment, and a good number of them are just adjusting the payroll and fringe benefits accounts for year-end. Another significant one is, as we all know, inflation has remained high, and so interest rates are still pretty strong, so we're earning a good amount of interest income that we didn't quite expect when this budget was adopted. So I've adjusted some revenues upward for that, conservative, but I've adjusted some of those numbers upward based on what I'm seeing come through each month in interest income. Another big item in this detail page is, if you recall, we had a $2.1 million transfer budgeted between the general fund and the capital projects fund to fund sidewalk projects. And we received the state infrastructure bank loan right around the time this budget was adopted last year. So one of those items is to reduce the transfer from the general fund to the capital projects. I'm taking that $2 million out. So you'll see that in here. Other things are just in accordance with my kind of rearranging of all the account numbers earlier in the spring. A couple of straggler items that I'm moving budgets from one department to another, such as community events and things like that. Those have been moved into the parks budget. So really that's recognizing a little bit of grant revenue that's come in. The Pierce Water Main grant revenue is in there now. So that's really it. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them.
I will say it's nice seeing the additional interest income.
It is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What questions does council have? I mean, a lot of these make sense, without needing the entire backstory on a lot of them, So this is every year we do this at the end of the year to true up the accounts before the budget closes. I swear these microphones just go.
Yeah, has a mind of its own.
Right. So every year before to close the books, we have to go through and adjust everything to actuals so that the expenses over the year or additional investment income line up with, the amended budget. So questions on any of this? I don't envy you this. This isn't, looked at it earlier. This is, I enjoy the budget process, but this part of it, I appreciate you being here to do it.
For some strange reason, I enjoy it, so.
You like the order?
Yes, I do.
There's balances for you.
Yep.
All right. Mm-hmm. Questions? Any? Nope. Then we'll ask Mr. Aboud for a resolution.
All right. Be it resolved, Village of Beverly Hills Council hereby adopts the recommended fiscal year 2026 budget amendments as proposed by the Finance Director, and the attachments are there.
Support. Support for Mr. O'Gorman. Ms. Brown, would you please call the roll?
Mr. O'Gorman?
Yes.
Mr. Aboud?
Yes.
Mr. Drummond?
Yes.
Mr. George?
Yes.
Ms. Cascometti?
Yes.
Mr. Mercer?
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right, thank you. On to number 4 on the business agenda, the millage ballot proposal. This is just a discussion at this point. This is the first time we brought this to the council table to discuss. So, Mr. Rothy, if you would.
Yes, so kind of all year at the study session and the budget workshop, we were kind of talking in the background about after we get the budget adopted, we want to take a deeper look at just the current millage allocation that we have, and if the allocation meets the village's needs, or if there is room or an appetite in council to go to the voters to adjust the allocation. So what we have done for this evening is we've looked at the current millage allocation, where it goes. We've put together a report. I won't read all 6 pages of the report to you, but essentially the village's charter prescribes a limit on the amount of mills or taxes we can, levy to 11 mills. Now, right around 2010, 11 mills was no longer sufficient at the time, given the massive decline in property values in the early 2010s to meet the village's needs. So the council at the time decided to go to the voters and ask for 12.9184 mills for a 10-year period. So going up from that maximum of 11 to just under 13 for a period of 10 years, in which 9.9 would be for public safety functions, 2.1 would be general operations, and then the Baldwin Public Library would be 0.9 mills. And again, that was a 10-year period. If it was not renewed or changed after the end of the 10 years, the millage structure would revert back to the maximum of 11. So fast forward to 2020, when that 10-year period was up, the village council placed a renewal proposal before the voters of the same maximum amount, 12.9184. But they adjusted a little bit. They took a little bit out of the general administration category and created the park capital improvements category of 0.32 mills. The rest of the millage remained unchanged as far as the maximum, and again, there was a 10-year period expiring June 30th, 2031, where again, if not renewed or altered by the voters, the maximum would be 11, and again, that maximum can be spent on any public purpose. It's not allocated anymore. So, in looking at where the village is today from when this kind of idea first came about in 2010, I think Councilman Mercer was here at that time, so he might be able to add a little bit of history to it. The village has had massive growth in its taxable value. I don't think at the time, this millage passed in fiscal year 2010. And from fiscal year 2012 to fiscal year 2027, the village's tax base, or the taxable value, grew 85.6%. We've had a very good real estate market for quite some time. Inflation has been high. That's because of the state's constitution. That informs what the assessor raises, assessments at each year. So having that much growth in that period of time, combined with, again, most of the millage goes to public safety. We've had, some vacancies in public safety over the course of this period. But, the growth, all that 85% growth, most of it was directed automatically by virtue of the public safety millage being most of what we are legally allowed to levy. So in part, the public safety fund has grown from just fiscal year 2019, $826,000 to $5.15 million. As of fiscal year 25, that was the audited fund balance. And again, we can, for the time being, only spend that on public safety. So we have significant reserves, and we have 4 years left of this current millage cycle. So the suggestion for council to consider this evening is, and essentially what we're proposing is, we see probably the greatest need for the village, that's, not public safety or parks or the library, would be roads. Roads are very expensive, just as our taxable value has grown over the last 20 years, so too has road construction costs and road needs. So what we're proposing would be, for just the next 4 years of the millage cycle that we're currently in, to reduce the public safety maximum allowed millage by 0.75 mils and direct that to streets, not sidewalks, streets and roads only. We think this would be a good use. Again, it's not a tax increase to anyone, it's just a tax reallocation. It builds on our precedence of doing this when we carved out space for parks a few years ago, so it's not something the community hasn't seen or council has considered before. Right now, in fiscal year 25, the Act 51 revenue we get from the state of Michigan is what we use to fix our roads. It's about $1.4 million. So when you look at what does 0.75 mils generate, it's It's about $700,000 a year, so it's roughly a 50% increase in funding that we would have for road projects, whether it's crack sealing, mill and fill, reconstruction, concrete patching programs. We'd likely deploy a mixture of all those road fixed, techniques I just said versus exclusively cape sealing, for example, $700,000 a year. But that is essentially what we want to propose, what we want to have discussion on. I and Director Cutie did put together just some scenarios for the Public Safety Fund. What does it look like if we do this road millage or if we don't? And if we do not do a road millage and keep things status quo through fiscal year 2031, even after buying a ladder truck and a few cars every few years, we are still looking at a public safety fund balance of about $3.2 million. And I would say that in this scenario, we forecasted pretty conservatively, especially as far as the revenue goes. We had been averaging close to 5% a year taxable value increase. For this projection, we basically cut it in half, and we're projecting 3%. The wages are in line with the union contracts. Everything else, again, is pretty conservative as well, so we're comfortable with these projections. Again, looking at if we do nothing, still having a fund balance of $3.2 million in the public safety fund. What do we have if we do a 4-year detour of sorts for road millage? We would end with about $400,000 in the public safety fund. And again, at that point in time, the millage is going to expire anyway, and so again, it'll be the council at that time's decision on what allocation to propose to the voters. And I just threw a lot at you. I'm going to step back, let you discuss, ask questions. Director Cutie is here. We have, if council wishes to move forward, a charter amendment. There's a process to that. I can have our village attorney speak on how that works a little more as well. And again, I'm going to stop now and turn it over to the council for discussion.
Okay, I will add some commentary around this. I just pulled up through the handy website, the name of which I can never remember, but there's a Michigan, it's through the treasurer's website, local government documents search site. You can find all the audits. So I just pulled up the 2009 audit, and we were in 2009 at 11.73. So we were above the, there is a floor built into the charter just so that the village can operate in some fashion if everybody votes no on any other millage formulation.
There were debt millages at that time, which that's what pushed it over 11.
So it was divided differently at that point. It was operating local streets fund, debt service, and dedicated infrastructure. In 2010, it moved, and the bulk of that went from operating to public safety. And I wasn't here, but it feels like if it's 2010 and the environment wasn't great, it is a lot easier to talk to people. You understand what public safety is. And so talking about the bulk of the money going to public safety, which this community has, forever said, we want our own. We don't want to partner with anybody. We want our dedicated response. We like the people we have. We like the level of service. So the community supports that. And you got to keep in mind that the general fund can feed any other fund, but if we put money specifically into public safety or a roads fund, that can't feed back to the general fund for general fund needs. So we have a very large percentage of that millage going to public safety. A lot of what we consider general fund comes from other sources like the revenue sharing for the roads, and so we count on that for the roads. The idea here is, given that we've just knocked out a pretty good list of things, on public safety's agenda, including we're going to be in the luxurious position of paying cash for a new ladder truck. I think about Director Arnold's interview, and he asked, what's the next big purchase that public safety is considering? And I said, I can't remember ever sitting here and voting, the group voting no on anything for public safety. So we support public safety, and we will continue to. The goal is to not lock up funding in their reserve account when we have needs on the roads. We've got 13 Mile coming up, which I've heard a person or two talk about maybe needing some attention. Southfield Road is going to come up. Beverly Road needs some attention. Evergreen by the bridge is not the best. So there are plenty of road needs, and this is a way to shift some of the revenue. It would be a neutral position for anybody in the village who's a taxpayer. So I think that is where I'll stop talking and ask if council has questions, comments. Yes, Ms. Keskmany.
Thank you, Mr. George. Mr. Rossi, did I hear you right? That if we make the reallocation at the time that the millage meets its natural expiration, the fund balance would be in the $400,000 range?
That's correct.
Okay.
And that's essentially after, diverting $700,000 each year that would go there. So if the millage is renewed at the 9.9 for public safety, suddenly there'd be a massive, $700,000, $800,000 at the time increase.
Right.
Or if it doesn't renew at all and it just goes down to 11, there would be no more public safety fund. It would just be the general fund that pays for anything, and every year the council would determine, the size of each department's budget and how that would be paid for in that, omni general fund, so to speak.
Understood.
Yep.
So now that public safety is fully staffed, I believe, what is the operating cost over there? What's the annual budget on operating public safety?
The total budget for fiscal year 27 is $8.7 million. 6.8 of that is personnel, and that includes the pension and retiree health care costs. 1.6 is operating, and then this year we had $230,000 in capital. And that's in one of the columns on the charts.
Okay.
They're in the packet.
Sorry, I missed the column on the chart. Okay. I guess where I was going with that is, are we comfortable at the end of this with $400,000 fund balance on an $8 million annual budget?
I am, yes. Because again, you can go to the voters and ask them for a different adjustment. You can always take money out of the general fund and support in public safety. Right now, we are transferring a few $100,000s a year, out of the general fund already to support roads and other projects in the village. So that'll be a mechanism. And again, worst case scenario, if there is no renewal and it just goes back down to 11, that would there'd be no more library millage, there'd be no more parks millage. It would all be, all of that with the full levy, not just 9.9 mils, but the full 11 mils could be used to support, public safety and any other functions.
Maybe this is too much to ask. Is it on here what our projected general fund balance will be at the end of that same time period?
We do not have that at the moment. That's something that we could prepare. Again, we can't take final action on this evening. I did anticipate that would be part of the discussion tonight and the analysis, and we can come with a kind of like a combined fund balance projection later at another council meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Booth.
Just a couple of thoughts and ideas regarding, first and foremost, is the $700,000 taking that $2.8 million over the 4-year period, and that's the last 4 years of the millage up to 2031, correct?
Yep.
So that $700,000, I'm just trying to do like cost benefit analysis in my mind to see, is that $700,000 and the roads? We're in 2026, obviously, so in another year, they're not going to improve. They're not going to, right? They're going to need more money. But does that $700 a year sound like something would be feasible? And the reason I ask that is the second part of that or once you take that funding out of, say, public safety, I wanted to learn a little bit more about how that works from a legal perspective. From the attorney as far as the charter itself. What happens, how do you amend an existing millage in a charter? What process would we go through to do that? And what's the duration?
So it's a charter amendment, which means it has to be voted on by the residents of the village. You want me to go through?
No, just give me well, from the time that we initiate, after the discussion, we come back and say, you know what? I mean, the other idea is, as you pointed out, not do anything, right? But why wouldn't we get another millage for the roads if that's the case? I just don't want to take too much out of public safety if I don't have to.
To do another millage, you would still have to do a charter amendment. So whether it's a reallocation or redistribution of the current millage as set forth in the charter, or a new millage on top of that, that would be separate, that would also have to be done through a charter amendment. So either way, it's the process of having to introduce it, have it sit on the table, council making final determination, and then it going on the ballot.
In November?
In November, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're looking at November.
It would be November, yes.
Yep. All right, well, I kind of thought that. Yeah, and then obviously, I would like some input from the public safety director, just to see where he stands on this, as far as his needs are, or is that something that we have to decide on and kind of not worry and take his opinion? That's all. I'm sure you have conversations with him.
Oh, I told him this before I hired him, that this discussion was going to be coming in the future, so he's not intimidated by it or anything.
Okay.
Yeah, the question, I mean, if the majority of council wants to go for an additional millage rather than shifting it, fine, but this, in my head, is a way to capture some of the money that would be sitting in a fund. We've gone through a lot of the big needs there. We've done a large additional payment to the pension. Twice. We're paying for a $2 million ladder truck out of cash. We've done some remodeling. We've done a bunch of the stuff. So, just bought all the new guns. So I mean, there's nothing in the future budgets that's missing. So it's just try, and I guess also the idea being that in 4 years, we have to have this discussion regardless.
Sure.
And last time we said, we made that one shift on parks, but outside of that didn't make any modifications, and that's when the growth in the public safety fund balance kind of hit the turbo button. So this is a way to move that towards some immediate needs. But if people would rather do a different methodology,
I also, because when I did look at the charter, one of the things in the criteria was that it should not affect the staffing, and I understand that we're kind of fully staffed now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we are. And I mean, again,
forecasts assume full staffing every year. We'll have vacancies pop up, have some opportunity for surplus. With retirements. But yes, this assumes full staffed every day of the forecast period.
Mr. O'Gorman.
Mr. Rothy, just a couple questions. What is the advantage of creating a streets fund rather than just allocating this .75 mils into the general fund and earmarking that for streets such that it sits there and we can flex it up and down, since we already have kind of transfers from general fund to streets?
So per the state of Michigan, if you have a separate millage, you have to have a separate fund. Largely, it would just be a pass-through fund, like it would receive the taxes from everybody, and it would have to pay the funds into the major street fund and local street funds to support the projects, because that's where we have to do all of our accounting for the street funds. If you wanted to do it for general operating purposes, you could do that, but to the voters, it would be, we're just going to increase the general operating millage, which can be used for anything purpose. Right, yeah. Like you can't, if you say it has to be used for a certain thing, like you can't park it in the general fund, you have to have it separate. So if you said, well, our intention is to use it here, you couldn't write that legally. It would just say, increase general operating by .75. And so to the voters, they might not, without a dedicated, I thought proposing a dedicated purpose may be the most appetizing to the voters in fall versus just upping the general allocation and saying, well, we intend to, but theoretically the council and any council in the 4-year period can choose to allocate, that millage however it wanted to.
But those funds are then locked into streets regardless, right? So say we got a windfall, break from the state, or we get some glorious grant, or Oakland County just
Yes, they would
super
be.
generous,
They
we'd
would be
stuck
locked.
with those funds, yeah.
Yep, they would be lots, and I mean, I could spend every dollar and probably 3 times more on roads to really,
Sure.
you know, make a difference.
And then my second question was, because I'm not super up to speed on it, but we do investing with some of our cash, right, with some of our fund money. Do we have the freedom to invest in any one of these funds the same way we would do through, I believe it's the general fund, we do the large part of our investing, right? Is that correct?
It's one bank account, pooled cash, that's divided up in the accounting software into different funds. So every fund is invested
That's what I was curious about. I wasn't sure if it had to be handled separately since it's different funds, so.
All of it earn interest most of it is in the Michigan class investment portfolio.
We got good news on the interest, so this would still qualify regardless of which fund it fell into, now that it's outside of public safety?
Correct.
It's still the same?
What we do is at the end of the month, if the general fund was half the balance of cash, it gets half of the interest earned for that month.
So it's just an allocation?
Yep.
Okay. And then do we have, for the .75 mils, what's the source of that number that was derived? Do we anticipate a $700,000 standard expense on average over the next 4 years? Is that why we came up with .75 mils, or is that, I'm just curious what the root of that
It was the Goldilocks approach, in which 0.5 mils would help, wouldn't really make as big of an impact, but anything above 0.75 would have, projected that public safety fund to be in a deficit in that final year. So it was kind of just, looking at a few different scenarios and settling on a nice, easy number, 0.75, that generates meaningful ability to do road projects. Again, it's about a 50% increase in what we could spend on roads each year over our Act 51 funding. So that was another factor.
Okay, so there are anticipated plans through the various tools we have that would consume those funds as planned through the end of the period?
Yes, I could absolutely spend that on roads every year.
And then is there any best practice for memorializing what happens next when we would approve this fund as to what we would anticipate reverting back to or reallocating or continuing a fund? So I'm just curious, right now we're allocating $700,000 on average over the period. When we get to 2032, if we don't do anything, aside from the 11 mills being a risk, let's pretend we get the carryover approved by the public, would we have any intent to say, hey, we've done the 700,000, just leave it open, let somebody else reevaluate it in 4 years from now, because arguably none of us could be sitting there, you could be gone, or would we want to memorialize, maybe everybody's still here, let's pretend they aren't. Is there a best practice within a municipality to memorialize what we would expect to happen next? Or how do you deal with that? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I mean, the community is stuck with the current allocation. So if it is renewed, as the council is going to, doing nothing, it will go down to 11.
Yeah, right.
So the council at the time, any council could, theoretically, this council, I believe, could go and say, hey, voters today, lock in your allocation beginning in 2032. I don't know if that's the wisest thing to look for.
I'm not suggesting that.
But the council has that discretion to go to the voters with an allocation at any time for, any time period, essentially.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the reduction in the public safety fund, and if we have this and people are super happy with the streets, are we at risk in 2032 needing to go back and readjust to make sure that we don't starve the public safety fund long-term or anything like that?
I think that would just be part of the conversation of what if maybe the council in 4 years doesn't even want to do an allocation. It's just take us to 11 or give us 13, and we'll, it's too complicated trying to manage, 4 locked-in or 5 locked-in categories. Again, most communities will have a large operating millage, and then if they have a public safety or if they have like a road, it's 1 or 2 that lives on top of whatever their charter allows. We don't have that. In 2010, the community decided that no, we want 9.9 public safety, and then the rest general and library. So until 2010, from the beginning of the village, it operated with primarily one general, single operating.
Yeah, and I'm comfortable with it. My only reservation is if we are taking from one fund, and I understand the optics of saying, hey, we want to put an additional 0.75 into the general fund with the intent, which we can't verbalize in the vote, but with the intent to go towards streets. Obviously this community would be all in on a streets millage, I would expect, just from my knowledge of where we are in the resident sentiment on our streets in general. I just have a little bit of reservation about putting it into a dedicated fund that kind of locks it in both, now and then into the future, somebody having to reassess what happened and why we chose that path, and, we have an unrecoverable set of funds, right, apart from using it on streets. So that's just, I'm fine with either way. I just want to verbalize, ideally to me, this would go into the general fund. We'd allocate it through administration to streets, and therefore, if we needed to do any sort of reallocation, you have that flexibility as opposed to kind of locking it in. But and then given the investment revenue doesn't get affected, that's beneficial. So just my 2 cents.
I do think we currently make allocations from the general fund to the road funds, so we can always modify that. The general fund is feeding the road funds, but the fact of the matter is the total of this won't cover the projected cost of 13 Mile. From where? Lasser to the village limit, or is it, no, it's Evergreen? Evergreen to the village limit is where it needs to be done. That's a $3 million project.
Which we do have $900,000 federal aid for, so.
Yeah, no, there's federal money participating, but Southfield Road, Oakland County Road Commission Road, but we have a share of that. You drive across the bridge by Douglas Evans, that needs some attention. You go around the back, so I mean, it's this, there is no circumstance under which we don't have an immediate $10 million worth of road needs, or a short term, I'll say that, because, we know when we're getting the federal money for the west side of 13 Mile, and so that kind of locks in the date on that. The timing of Southfield Road is out of our hands because that's an Oakland County Road Commission road. But that doesn't mean we don't have to come up with the money for it.
No,
so,
I fully agree. We're going to spend the money on roads. I just think, I like the idea of we're going to get all kinds of free money from the government too, right? Which I know is...
Yep.
We've done pretty well. I mean, so...
Yeah, just not a lot of it for roads.
No, I know. Okay. Yeah, just my 2 cents.
And again, if people are comfortable with a different number, I'm fine with that. If there isn't support for it, I'm fine with that. We're going to have to, it's 2030 when the millage expires, and we'll have to be on the ballot in 2030 with the entire millage. And so that's a point where we should be reviewing, is the parks millage appropriate? Is there community appetite for a dedicated roads millage on top of what we've been doing? If we need to restore part of that, say for public safety and part of it for roads, or all of it for public safety, whatever it is, our finance director will have the task of laying out multiple projections for where we want the expenditures and fund balances to be, in the at least first couple of years of that millage. So, questions, comments? Anyone?
I do.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Couple of things. Back in 2010, before we broke out these funds, these millages, to different funds or interest, we did go to a vote, and the voters, the residents, were not in favor of that. That is why they wanted to see that we were dedicating funds to certain areas and we were protecting basically public safety. We came up with the numbers at the time based on what we were spending and the taxable value that we were getting, the millage we were getting from the taxable value, basically our revenue. I would say that in 2012, the number that Mr. Othey used for the taxable value is I'm correct, but I would say that might have been not the lowest point.
I think that was the first year of recovery.
That was the first year of recovery. So I know anybody that was around in 2008 and 2009 remembers that it was pretty bad, and housing values plummeted, and you didn't see that for about a year to year and a half. And so in 2010, we were going to be in a pretty big deficit. And what we would have done is we would have had to lay off public safety officers. So the voters did approve this at those rates. And things have changed since, 2020, when some members that are on the council now voted for that. And that happens. And we're trying to right that now by untying these funds. These funds are basically tied up right now. We do nothing, they stay there. We continue to kind of grow this, and there's not a lot of, in public safety, there's not a lot of risk. It's not like a storm comes through and we're going to spend $600,000 or $700,000 out of public safety. So the money is there. Great, we can buy a new ladder truck. That's awesome. That is great. We're not going to buy one of those hopefully in the next 20 years. There will be some equipment. We can decide how we want to pay for that through, taking a loan for that. Maybe we readjust. We could go back. It's 4 years. It's not a long time. It goes by faster every year for me. And that $700,000, we're telling the voters where it's going, which is kind of what they wanted back in 2010 also. And I think we know that the roads are in pretty bad shape. And we can use that money, and we could also decide not to put as much money from the general fund into it if we don't want to. I'm comfortable with this approach. I think it protects that money to go to something that we know it needs, and it doesn't mean even though we have it there, if something happens, we don't have to spend it, right? It can sit there, and we could adjust it later, or when we go for the next millage, if we do that in 2030, we can adjust that and make that determination. I think this is just sound fiscal responsibility, so I approve, or I would vote to approve this.
Other questions or comments? I mean, it's lovely that we do it in 10-year chunks, but if there's a need in the middle like this, or if there's an opportunity to modify it, if we look, I'm trying to think. The last truck we bought, the smaller truck, was, I think it was $800,000 or $900,000.
The pumper? Was it the pumper?
I'm going to go with smaller truck because I don't remember which one it was, but we paid like $100,000 a year on it for a decade, effectively, is what we did. So, I mean, we haven't talked about the life cycle on those yet, but this is, if we don't do this and you look in 4 years, we'll be sitting at, a fund balance of $3.3 million, which is about a little more than a third, 35-37%, which is a bit high because, again, Mr. Mercer talked about the $600,000 or $700,000 on, that was when we got the windstorm. It cost $600,000 or $700,000 for tree removal and cleanup. So those are the kinds of things that happen in the general fund and not as frequently in the public safety fund. The trucks are insured, so. Other questions or comments? If not, you want to
table set for the next item.
Well, I just wanted to talk about the mechanism first. You've got the draft of a charter amendment that would, so if we can get the legal counsel to counsel us, that would be appreciated.
So the process to get the question in front of, to get in front of the voters involves 2 resolutions by council. The first one is on your agenda for consideration tonight, and that is an introduction of the charter amendment. And you'll see it has, as required by law, it has the current language, the proposed language, and then the question that would actually go on the ballot for the voters to consider. If the council is so inclined and approves the resolution introducing the charter amendment in ballot language, It then has to sit on the table for 30 days, meaning no action can be taken. And again, that's required by state law. During that time, though, we need to send it to, the law requires the governor. I'm going to recommend we also send it to the Attorney General's office, because I suspect when we send it to the governor, her office is going to say, well, that's great, but if you send it to the AG. So I would recommend sending it out to both. It's, city charters definitely have to go and be, or charter amendments have to be approved by the Attorney General. In the interest of time and saving a potential step. Worst case, they'll say, we don't need to look at this, and we'll send it back. And then after 30 days, the council can then adopt a second resolution approving the language to go on the ballot. And that, both resolutions require a 2/3 vote of council, so you need 5 votes approving it before it could move ahead. The thing I want to caution you about is if changes are made between the introduced language and then the adopted language 30 days later, it could potentially have to go back to the governor and/or AG for review. So the idea is to be pretty well set with this language, because if the introduction is approved tonight, 30 days is July, mid-July, and the language is due to the county for the ballot early August. Do you know the specific date? No.
I think it's the first week of August.
Yeah, it's the first week of August. So there isn't time to do another 30-day on the table. So again, I would recommend that council be 99.9 certain of the language they want to put before the residents in this resolution tonight if it gets adopted.
All right, so this would be the language, and again, if no one's looking at the packet, this is a resolution that is first stating what the current millage is, and then talking about the proposed amendment and the language that would go to the ballot. And I've asked further later for some education on what council and administration can and can't do from a standpoint of advocating for this, because I know there are rules, but I have not had to deal with them.
Yeah, I mean, really the change is going to be adding that 5th category of allocation of the current 12.9184 mills to add the .75 mills for public street and road improvements, maintenance, and construction. And then it also adds a short paragraph later that puts in the estimated amount that would be raised in the first year of the collection under this new allocation, which is $675,650. So that amount would get deducted from the public safety and would go into the public street bucket.
Okay. Anyone have any questions on the language of, so tonight we should approve this, and then it sits for 30 days, and at the second meeting in July, we would approve it.
Going on the ballot.
But at the same time, we're sending this now to the state. That's the recommended course of action. Anyone have heartburn over the questions, comments?
No, I guess my real only question would be, when do we see the final language that would go on to the ballot that people would be passing?
I mean, it's in here.
It's in the middle of page 66, which is
67, it starts power to tax page.
Because I think the thing for me would be to make it clear to the voters that this isn't increasing the millage at all.
Right.
It's a simple change of allocation.
And to the president's comment, that will be part of the education that the village will do, because the village is allowed to share factual information, and it's a fact. The residents' taxes are not increasing at all.
Yeah.
They're just being split up differently.
I would say that anytime you go to the ballot and a millage, you always wish it could be more clear to people, but this, the municipal finance attorneys and the attorney general, they're very specific on how things are worded and whatnot, so we really can't change the structure of the ballot question, but again, that's where the education piece comes in. But they usually read like dry tax-based textbooks, because that's mostly what they are.
That's when I read this about 4 different times to try to make sure I was coming to the right conclusion on it. It was a little tough, but I feel that way every time I sit behind the ballot and read the proposals over and over again.
And that's the education part, is being in the Villager and the email blast, helping people understand what this is, which is voting yes doesn't increase your taxes, voting no doesn't decrease your taxes. Your taxes will stay the same regardless. It's whether we want to shift part of the money that's currently going to build the public safety reserve fund to build a working road fund. Mr. Mercer.
To that point of the education, I wasn't as engaged in 2020, but the council must have done a pretty good job because it was approved. Now, it helped a lot because it was easy. It's like, hey, we're not increasing your taxes here in 2020. We're just maintaining the status quo. Do you like your village? Do you like your police? Public safety, do you like, the way things are run? In 2010, it was a little different environment because people didn't have a lot of extra money. They didn't have any extra money, and so you had to kind of sell, hey, it still didn't really increase their taxes because the property values were dropping so precipitously. I mean, I wish I were paying taxes on my house that I had in 2010 and 2011. But that things also change. It's a more expensive environment than it was in 2010 and 2011. So, you have, just doesn't go that far. But we held at least 3 meetings at 2 at Groves and 1 at Berkshire to explain what was happening, what the voters were getting, what the residents were getting for, what we were wanting to do. We just explained it. We didn't, it really came down to what you wanted. You either wanted to maintain or you were going to have a decrease in your services. Yeah. So,
Mr. Booth.
Yeah, I was here in 2020, and yes, the people were sold on it. Well, not sold on it, but everybody wanted that millage, and the allocation was appropriate. And if it's a concern now, I think it's still, we've got a full audience here today, maybe just a couple of opinions of what the audience would think, so.
I was getting there.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, sir.
One
residents, not audience, excuse me.
Question for the attorney. Is there a reason we don't state what the current millage is? And if it's stated,
it is.
How?
It is.
Not in the ballot language.
Oh.
It's not.
It doesn't explicitly say the current millage. It effectively says what we can maximize in the way of tax and how that can be allocated, but it doesn't state you're already paying this. Is there a way to?
You could. The question is, do people lose interest as they're reading this page long? Obviously you want to make the question as simple as possible. And that, again, is where the education component, it states.
There are word limits on proposals, too?
Yeah, there are word limits on.
I feel like if I were to read this, as Mr. Drummond said, and I came in and read this as presented, I might, without prior, I know the majority of our residents probably do deep dive on our tax, proposals, but let's say somebody walks in and reads this for the first or second time standing in line or behind the ballot, and they read that, we shall not levy more than 12.9, and oh my gosh, it's 12.9, so we're levying the max. Forget the fact that we're already levying the max. So I'm just wondering, is there a way to say, hey, we are currently levying 12.9, and it's going to be allocated in this fashion moving forward, so that we're not, you know what I mean? It feels like it's almost like a word or two that could be added that tells you this is the existing.
I don't know. This is essentially the same thing voters saw in 2020 with the 12.9. The only thing that we were adding was Section E about 0.75 for roads, but they would have seen this same language in the same structure and format in 2020, and the only difference would have been it would have added that little blurb for the parks millage, because these things are incredibly precise and procedural.
I understand.
In how they can be
for
worded.
me, it's just my only comment is.
I share the frustration on the readability.
And it was .32 on that Park and Rec, you said?
That's correct.
That's what it is.
Yeah, that's what the
It's
charter
been rolled
provides.
back, but that's what the maximum was.
Okay. Other questions? Anyone online or in chamber have anything they'd like to say about this? Got a thumb up. Can't see that on camera, or maybe you can see it on camera, but no address provided. All right. There is a recommendation on page 64 of the packet. The recommendation, consider adopting the attached resolution introducing a proposed charter amendment concerning the tax levy of the village as prepared by the village attorney. Anyone would like to turn that into a motion or resolution? Is that?
I was just going to say it's not necessary to read the
That's where I was
entire
going with turn your 2 lines into
Yeah.
motion 2.
Mr. George,
Yes.
at the risk of belaboring the point, if Mr. Rothi and Ms. Kolb could tolerate another question about this. I understand there are specific things that have to be in a ballot initiative and the way that it's worded, but the timeline that you laid out for us with the 30 days to the governor and off to the AG and back and the number of days it has to sit and whatnot, do we not have time to say, hey, can you give us a plain language version of this that meets all of the statutory requirements, but is maybe understandable by the average voter? I mean, are you saying that, I mean, the timing lays out that we have to agree on this language tonight?
Or be pretty darn close.
We need the state to bless the language. And if they do so, great. We can, of course, ask them, is there anything we can do to restructure, reformat, rephrase this? But, you know, the recommendation is to send what's proposed to the AG and governor's office for their review and comment.
And I think that's to the education component. I mean,
I understand that we would launch what we could do, right? But I'm not trying to double check or question the attorney, but I think that there's probably some room between legalese and plain language and what is allowable. If you're saying there's not, and this is just how it has to be, I will live with that, but I suspect that, do we really have to use words like ad valorem?
Yes.
That's the current language in the charter now.
I have to look that up.
I understand that.
I mean, if you have a suggestion, this is the time to bring it out. I mean, if you want, would further divide the property tax levy. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but it's another change to the charter.
Is there any room to include some guidance that this change will not affect the current property tax amount on any resident?
So in certain circumstances, you can do a prelude or an introduction to a ballot question. So, and you have a little bit more flexibility with that as opposed to the language that's got to be voted on itself.
This is like potential language.
Yeah, so it's possible you could add like a header that is maybe not as restrictive as the ballot language is.
A, can we do that? B, can we approve this with language that administration and council feel better explains the ballot question?
And I don't think we have to do it. That doesn't, because the only thing the AG is going to look at is the ballot question itself. So that's something that we could work on in the next 30 days. So when it comes back for final approval, we can frame the ballot question that would go to the county with, that prelude or introduction.
Okay, and how do we make sure we can actually do that?
I will I'm
Okay.
75% certain that you can, but I definitely confirm that.
I appreciate that. I'm not trying to make us
No,
too tight on time, but,
I get it.
you know, we can only reach as many people as we can reach with education, right?
I mean, the good news is the ballot language is due in April, but then you do have, well, I mean,
April?
August.
August, wrong a month. You do have 3 months in there to contact and get the word out to the residents.
All right.
Without advocating, but just informing, right? Yes. Okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
I will definitely get you more information on that because council, as individuals, has things that they can do that council as a whole cannot, so.
Okay, great. Back to the question. A, any more questions? B, if not, does someone want to turn the recommendation into, I don't know if it needs to be a motion or a resolution, but.
Motion to adopt the resolution would be sufficient.
I can make that motion.
Sure.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the resolution, the attached resolution introducing a proposed charter amendment concerning the tax levy of the village as prepared by the village attorney.
Support.
Support from Mrs. Cascometti. Ms. Brown, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Abud?
Yes.
Mr. Drummond?
Yes.
Mr. George?
Yes.
Ms. Cascometti?
Yes.
Mr. Mercer?
Yes.
Mr. O'Gorman?
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right, thank you. All right, so please check with the county. That would be great, because then we could work on something to table set it, and that would be, I think, helpful. All right, thank you for the discussion and the thumb up. Next, agenda item, update on deer management, discussion item. I don't know if you got anything you want to add to this before we rip into it?
On the previous item, or no, the deer?
On the deer.
Attorney Cole was able to speak with some of her colleagues who've helped Farmington and Farmington Hills, and she'll take the lead on just the updates for this evening, and I'll fill in too, but I'll have her start.
So first, a little bit of background. All of the wild animals in the state of Michigan are under the control and management of the DNR. The village cannot on its own come up with a deer cull program or a program to manage any of the wild animals. Anything that is done is going to involve a permit from the DNR. So I just want to make sure that everybody's clear on that. Our clients, Farmington Hills and Farmington, participated with the city of Southfield in a deer cull program that is sponsored or run by the United States Department of Agriculture. So it's a federal level program. And in accordance with what I just said, they had to get a permit from the MDNR in order to conduct the deer cull that they did. Farmington and Farmington Hills, between the two of them, they paid about $20,000 for a one-year program. But they worked with the folks at the USDA to identify the areas within their communities where they had the most, deer vehicle crashes, where they were aware of the highest populations of deer that were causing issues. So it wasn't like they just turned these guys loose in the community and said, go find a deer and shoot it. They had specific, they gathered information and they had targeted locations. All the food, all the deer that were killed were field dressed and then taken to a processor. All that food was donated to local food banks. Little factoid I learned today, one deer can provide up to 160 meals. So, I think they wound up getting, what they say, 70 between
70 deer between the three.
So that's a lot of food for our friends and neighbors in need. There is a contract, of course, that has to be signed. There's a version that has been approved by my office, so if the village decides to go that route and gets to that point, we'll save a lot of time on negotiating the contract. Interestingly, the city also adopted Farmington Hills in particular, adopted a resolution indicating support for the idea of doing this responsibly, evaluating all the issues. They made certain exceptions to their hunting and firearms ordinances to allow these folks to be in the community shooting in places they probably otherwise would not have been able to. They are also, I don't think you guys are part of it, but there is a Southeast Michigan Urban Deer Coalition.
Yep, we're part of that.
So, they work together with those folks. I don't know how active. I went online and tried to find a website for them. I couldn't. The Village of Franklin actually has a little bit of information, but it looked like the last meeting was in 2024.
Which is not accurate.
Okay, so that's just out of date.
They've definitely met since then. Yeah.
Got it. But the state of Michigan has also introduced a deer management initiative, and again, this is through the MDNR. There's a lot of information. If you Google deer management, you'll get a couple of different sites, and I can send you links. Not only to the deer, just an overall statement from the DNR of their deer management, but also this deer management initiative that they're working on apparently. There's not a whole lot of information on the website, but there is some. There's a study that they released about deer management specific to the Lower Peninsula. Obviously, that's a little bit broader than just the village, but they have been looking into it and getting some statistics on, deer and issues they're causing. They also have, there's a kind of like a white paper that the DNR put out, and I can get you guys a copy of that if you're interested, that talks about, some options and ways, to manage deer populations in places like Beverly Hills. I did not find, so I did some general searching outside of the contract with the USDA. I haven't found a lot of support in other communities for the sterilization or, some of those efforts that were the TNR trap neuter release that were discussed at the meeting 2 weeks ago. And I think largely the issue is the cost of doing so. But it seems like targeted culls is the way that most communities in Southeast Michigan are working to deal with the deer population. So your residents have said, like we heard from the DNR 2 weeks ago, it's really going to be a question of the council deciding what's best for Beverly Hills and the way in which you guys want to move forward to address this issue. And I can provide you copies of the contract with the USDA, the resolution that Farmington Hills adopted, and then links to some other resources just to get some more information.
And I can add a little bit more too now. Again, I was on vacation most of the time between the last council meeting, so I don't have a ton. However, we have made contact with the deputy city manager at Southfield. I reached out to the mayor, thanked him for coming to our meeting and for his comments. He did extend an invitation to come on board. So we're still looking at what that would look like. Again, as far as intergovernmental agreements go, that's all pretty easy to figure out should the council choose to move forward. The Southeast Michigan Deer Coalition itself, their big goal, and they're working on, and again, this might be able to come through partnership with Farmington and Southfield, is essentially to have a USDA wildlife biologist, whether it's a full-time employee dedicated solely to Southeast Michigan deer, or at least primarily dedicated to the communities that partner and pay into this program, to employ this wildlife biologist to, again, kind of assess and track and identify sites for deer management activities. So again, that's certainly something on the table, an option available to us that's kind of ongoing. Again, the kind of the sense that I get from the coalition and then talking with the Farmington and Southfield folks is, again, they want to build something that is, data-informed and sustainable. As far as the most immediate next step for the village, as far as data gathering goes, I'm thinking of launching like a form or a survey of some kind, not like with a deadline or anything, but just hey, we'd love to hear from you on deer, particularly, do you have deer on your property? If so, how many, how often? So we can put something like that together very quickly, in the next week or so, to just kind of start having more data coming. Not everybody was able to go to the deer management meeting or, watch the YouTube recording. We only had 100. I thought we would have more views than 180 on YouTube, but we're only up to like 180. So
it was riveting. I don't know how that could be.
But again, so as an immediate step, I think more data gathering like that, letting residents share their feedback versus just calling and saying they're eating my hostas. What do I do? That's kind of normally how they interact with Village Hall at the moment. So we want to memorialize their feelings and their data there. And again, we'll continue to work on seeing what partnerships with these other communities that have been kind of already starting the process, again, should council wish to proceed in that direction. So that's kind of how I plan to proceed. In the meantime, getting more information on all of that. But again, happy to pivot at the direction of council as required.
And I should also add that Farmington for sure have already committed to renew the program for another year, so.
And I believe Southfield is intending to too, whether or not they've formally done it yet. But, well, again, you heard the mayor at the meeting. He's, he invited to join the efforts, so.
Mr. George, Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you for all that background. That's really helpful. Do you have any sense of how long Farmington or Farmington Hills spent on surveys, data collection, goal setting, sort of these, what we might have heard earlier, sort of, phase 1, phase 2 tactics before they got to an intervention step? Because what I'm wondering is, do we have time between now and call it, winter, January, I think, which is when Southfield talked about, starting the call again, to establish some goals for ourselves and do some observation? And maybe the second part of my question is, I'm wondering if we engage with someone from USDA, can we use their services for that kind of wildlife biology, observation, data collection, or are they strictly contract hunters? No,
it's, at least as far as what the coalition envisioning for the wildlife biologist is, it's absolutely both of what you just said, but they can't do the culling until they do all the other, stuff as well.
But we don't have, just real quick, Ms. Kolb, I'm sorry, but we don't have this person yet, right?
No, not at the moment. Okay. But the USDA is talking with the other communities on what does this program look like this year. And the more communities that jump on, the smaller that bill gets for all of them.
Okay.
I was just going to say, there is a state director of what is known as the Animal and Plant Health Inspection Services of the USDA, located in Okemos, and that is the contact on the contract.
Okay.
I don't know what kind of staff he has, but
yeah, we haven't made contact directly with him yet after the meeting, but we intend to do so in the immediate future. And then again, as far as what the other communities had done, again, I think Farmington was kind of doing this right when I came aboard about a year ago. They had already had their meeting with the DNR, just like we had 2 weeks ago, very similar presentation. And they had I think they put a survey out prior, and then I know leading up to the cull itself, after it had been approved, there was that resident, form like survey, and it did include in that case the question of if a cull is to occur in our community, would you be willing to offer up your property as a location? And then again, they worked with the USDA to determine what of those properties what made the most sense for those activities. So I don't think it's something we can't accomplish before culling season, in winter. We can certainly have more than we have now, but that would kind of be the next steps to do all those things simultaneously.
yeah, I think Farmington Hills spent between 9 and 12 months, but, I mean, they were starting from zero. Like I said, a little bit of the work has been done, so if council decides to go in that direction, then we won't have to worry about fighting over language in a contract and that kind of stuff that sometimes drags out.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Booth?
Thank you. Well, first of all, my apologies for missing the meeting. I just wasn't up to par and didn't want to get anybody, sick either. So for a community like the Village of Beverly Hills, now I had a chance to look at the video and YouTube, along with all the notes, along with all the emails that we're getting from all the residents, which I think, for me, that falls under residential impact survey. So for me, and just to go on the record, I was an avid deer hunter, but I was a trophy hunter. I didn't care about the meat, didn't like venison. I just loved hunting. So, but for a community like the Village of Beverly Hills, I think the best deer management programs begin with collecting objective local data before considering. And I know a gentleman came up and said planning. But if you can't plan, then you don't know where your benchmark is and where you need to be. I know saying eradicating or reducing the deer, which is obviously an option that we're considering here. I know that they had an interview with our public safety regarding deer vehicle collisions. And with all that, you're going to get deer-related complaints, which we're getting. You're going to have to understand habitat impact on browsing pressure, public tolerance, and the surveys that you're talking about. I think it's important. But also, I think as far as data itself, the only way you're going to get data is from camera-based deer surveys, and the village can install these motion-activated trail cameras in Beverly Park, Rouge River Corridor, Village Greenbelts, and large residential lots. And I'm sure some residential lots have their own surveys, because I've seen photos, and I can't imagine somebody just sitting in a blind taking a picture of their deer when probably their cameras is picking it up and they're getting that data off the camera. So that's number one. Number two is that the collision analysis. I see deer, and thank God, that no one, that I know of they're not happening like they do up in Garish Township or Higgins Lake, where I see 10 deer before I get up there, on the same road. So that's number one. Number two is the collision analysis. Number three is the residential impact, the things that they're sending us, their frequency of their sighting, the gardening and landscape damage, so on and so forth. The vehicle encounters, the encounters with their pets, which we've heard. Then it's up to the management to support or oppose these options. But at the end of the day, having that wildlife biologist, I think, is very relevant to evaluate, to understory the vegetation, the tree regeneration, browse pressure in parks and natural areas, and finally, that regional benchmarking we're talking about, that nearby communities have already begun studying and managing Farmington Hills and Southfield and the city of Farmington. But there's also the deer, once they leave, and I've said this, they leave the city of Southfield or Farmington, they're going to come to Beverly Hills, and if we do it, then they're going to go to Franklin and to Bingham Farms. They already have it, but I think we got to include those two nearby communities in order to have a broad understanding of what the end game is going to be. And I saw the presentation from the DNR. Yes, it's kind of a canned presentation, and it's just really a template, but it's not the same for everybody. And that's why these camera surveys would actually have some data that you can start counting how many deer there is in certain parts of the village. So that's a way that I would think, for me, before it comes for a vote, to consider which option we're going to go. Thanks.
All right. Other thoughts, questions? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. George. I don't want, does anyone else have a question? I don't want to overstep. Okay. Ms. Cole, this might be asking too much from your assessment of what Farmington Hills did, but you're probably closer to it than any of us, so I'll take a chance. I'm struggling with one piece of this, right? And it's the balance between where is logistically possible to remove animals from, and where is an effective place to, what would be effective removal to meet our goals and and address our problems. And it sounds like they took a thoughtful approach to that. But if you have any assessment of that, right? Because, we can all think about this. It's easier to find them in the park, but they're chasing people on Devonshire, right? Maybe those are the same deer. I don't know. But, I want to make sure if we're going this route, whatever resources and effort we expend to removing animals, we actually see benefit from. We can all think, well, if there's less of them, we will have less conflict. I don't think that's necessarily the case. So I'm just wondering if you have any insight on how they balanced that logistically feasible and actually effective removal.
I don't specifically. I know they got far less deer than they were hoping. But I know they were not necessarily all in public parks. But I know that neither Farmington Hills nor Farmington received a single phone call about a gunshot or seeing somebody with a gun in some place that felt off. So the way it was handled was very, very professionally. I think most of the sharpshooters were law enforcement. So you have highly trained individuals who are used to high-stress situations, out there in the middle of the night or the very, very early morning doing this work. And it was no disturbance to either of those two cities.
All right, thank you.
And, that's the one thing I think about. Should we want to move forward? It only makes sense to me to be part of a regional strategy because, we might not be able to remove as many deer in smaller Beverly Hills, but if, again, our neighbors all around us are doing it too over time, that can have the greatest impact. Because, again, the deer will wander into any community that's got the best hostas.
That's right. And I think that's part of the question that, in a conversation that Ms. Cascametti and I had, was if we just go to the areas that are available, being the parks, the nature preserve is theoretically where nature's supposed to be. So if we go in and take out all the nature, are we sure that the ones from the neighborhoods, are they going to migrate there where there are just trees rather than staying where we keep planting flowers? So that's the thing that would be great to figure out. And I think if there's a way to collect data from people on not only sightings but negative interactions, that would be good. Yeah. Because those are one of my biggest concerns. We've had some that, I hear people say deer don't attack. There's anecdotal evidence to support that there are a couple deer out there who may not have a knife, but they are asking for your wallet fairly aggressively. So, I've got a neighbor who walks with a golf club. She asked at the meeting whether she'd get in trouble for whacking a deer. That anecdotal evidence I would like to figure out how widely that exists. What other questions? We need to, Mr. O'Gorman, this is where we're going to ask for your input because you were talking about trying to figure out how do we don't want to enter into a thing where we can't claim, understand what our objective is and feel like we're doing work in service of a goal or objective. And I think my data-driven friend might have more ideas on that. Somebody earlier said the DNR doesn't, they said multiple times, don't get hung up on a number. That's the easiest way, obviously, to feel like you're making progress, but you have to have a number to start from. And I don't know that even if we put trail cams in lots of obvious spots, we're going to get it all. Or if we're going to send up the drone, we're going to get accurate numbers. And so is it understory growth? Is it lack of negative interactions with people or animals? How do we define that? So I'll quit talking.
I'm not the expert on it, but the DNR representative did say counts are relevant, and you can do counts in the winter fairly accurately. I also know we are in recent acquisition of a drone in pilots, and I think it has infrared capability. So in theory, I'm not proposing that this is the track forward. DNR might be more appropriate to do something like that, but, I think it is our responsibility in a sense to make sure whatever we're paying money for is successful. And so whether that's trail cams or a drone or a combination thereof, or a site that residents can account for a number of deer, whatever we do, whether it's doing some deterrent within the village, a cull, sterilization, whatever, I think we do need some sort of measurable effect year over year, because I don't think anybody said this is a one-year deal. I think everybody who's spoke on the issue professionally says this is a long-term commitment, but some way to measure success. So I think if we had a few of those data points, we'll call it, I think there's some opportunity to say, hey, last year we had this, next year we had that, and if over 3 years we see there is no, whatever action we take, there is no movement, maybe the deer win, and we have no impact on that, because there is discussion about if you remove or reduce the herd within your community to just backfill. I've seen that in my yard with squirrels and black walnuts, so it doesn't matter how many squirrels disappear by cats or hawks, they repopulate pretty quickly. So, but yeah, I think from my perspective, it'd be interesting to explore the options through the administration of how we could account for the deer and come up with a plan for what that is. I think DNR also suggested we have a measure as to what we're trying to accomplish, not just out to reduce numbers, but what are we trying to accomplish. I think I would argue that from personal experience as well as what people have said, there's a property value within our community that's relevant, and I stated it the other night when we had the forum that we have an unnatural situation we've set up where we're feeding deer beyond the capacity they would naturally achieve, meaning we have hosta, they eat the hosta, we plant more hosta, we try to, so I don't think that introducing predators is a good idea. Nobody would like that, but that would be a natural accommodation to what we have in the numbers of deer in our residents. So I would prefer not to encourage predators to come in and have an equal opportunity with dogs and cats as they do with deer. I did do a little bit of internet research, so don't call me an expert, but it sounds like black bear are the most natural predator of wild deer, and they eat the fawns in great numbers. So we don't have that, and I wouldn't encourage black bear to start cruising around Beverly Hills either. So with that, I think, yeah, it would be responsible, in my opinion, to have a way to track or measure success, and then get a feel for what we're actually trying to accomplish. My personal opinion from talking to others is property value. If you're going to sell your house and your entire front yard is mowed down by the deer, which I can say over the last few years has happened at my property, and I was able to manage it in the past with sprays and other things, but we've had fawns born in our yard every year for the last 3 years, and they don't care what they eat. And I've heard similar things from neighbors, and neighbors are now hiring companies that come in and spray their yards. I don't know that that's the best thing, to have chemicals sprayed all over our yards over and over, week after week. So if we think that's better than some other, I don't want to call it unnatural management, but in a sense, predatory behavior on an animal that's overpopulated is pretty natural in my opinion. But I think everybody knows where I kind of stand on this, but I think I wouldn't want to move forward with an approach unless we had a measurable year-over-year accountability as to what success looked like, and we had a pretty decent pulse for what we're also looking at in success. Besides population, are we seeing a reduction in property damage, accidents, whatever we think our key metric is? For me, it's property damage. I consider the expenses people pay and the value of property. I would say my front yard 5 years ago and property value to what it looks like today is probably a significant loss on the value of my property for somebody to come and look at my house. We don't have flowers. We don't have any sort of shrubs. If you drive down Beverly Road, you'll see most of my shrubs where I was trying to grow a hedge are gone. Half of them are gone. Half of them are there. It looks atrocious. I have found they don't eat forsythia, daffodils, and daylilies. But, if we all look like forsythia, daylilies, and daffodils in our front yard, that might look a little odd in our community. So little bit of jest there, sorry. But anyway, that's hopefully that more than you asked for, but I think from my perspective, we do need a measurable, and we need to be able to measure success in addition to population density.
You can plant boxwoods and then the caterpillars just eat them and kill them, and then you don't have to worry about the reading.
I have black walnuts too, so you want to kill things, put a black walnut tree in your yard.
Yeah.
Can I just add one thing? This is just, information, right, for us to think about, because I know a lot of people struggle with the idea of removing these animals, but, I heard you say, well, they only got 70 deer, right? They were hoping to get more. I can't remember what proportion they said were does, right?
It was like 50-20 or something like that.
Yeah, so let's say 50 of them were does, right? That's still 100 to 150 fawns avoided, right, this next season, right? And so you didn't just remove, 50 does, you prevented, there being, 150 next season, right? And so that exponential growth is the part that we really, really have to keep our mind on, right? And that if we choose not to act now, our problem compounds literally exponentially, right? And so I know there are a million questions we could try to answer, and, goal set and data collect and make observations, and I love data probably more than, anyone here except Mr. O'Gorman, right? But I like a good plan, and I like, but I have a feeling with this, we need to take a couple steps forward, make a plan, take a couple steps forward, continue to refine the plan, right? Because, it seems like it will be a slow start. And I think we all know what those first couple steps need to be, as difficult as the conversation is.
Other comments? Residents, if anyone wants to, online in chamber, step to the podium, the virtual podium. Please state your name and your street.
Bill Eisman, Valley Ridge Drive. So just a couple of points. One of the things that comes to mind whenever anybody talks about establishing a current baseline in the data is that in the last 15 years, we have gone from trillium, the grand white trillium, being beyond common on our property in the natural area, not in our landscape plantings, not in the things that we install, but in the unattended area of our property. And literally thousands of them are missing. They've been eaten to extirpation in many of the segments of our property. If we're taking a baseline data that we can walk out and measure today, we're completely missing the point of the destruction that's occurred up through today. The facts are that an overpopulation of deer eat their preferred foods to extinction and then begin to eat the other foods that they would rather not. And we're well along into that process. The thing that concerns me this spring is that many of the reports I hear of fawns are singles. The two that are in my yard, one on each side, are singles this year. Does begin to have singles when they have a limit on their food intake, when their preferred nutrition isn't available. Are we at that point? I don't know. The two in my yard could be exceptions, but are we at the point that they're starting to see dietary stress? I don't see that in the damage levels yet, but we need to watch what the fawn counts are. The other point I would take is, someone made the point about the regional nature of this problem. So I happened to be in Northville yesterday working where the Downs is the new replacement for the Northville Downs. So we're standing there admiring the $3.5 million worth of trees they installed. And amidst the working equipment, the deer walked down to begin feasting on the $3.5 million of trees. So I had the luxury of speaking with the mayor of Northville. And they understand that they have this issue as well. One of the things that he brought up was the Conference of Mayors and whether that's an appropriate place for discussion to invite partners, because the deer will move once the browsing pressure gets high enough that they, can't feed themselves in a particular location. So even if we had only one fawn per doe, we'll have increased our population by 50% this year. It's just not sustainable. We need to act at the earliest possible opportunity.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, thank you. As far as direction from council, I don't know if you want to go with sense of council, some instructions to the attorney and administration. My desire would be for us to, I am all for, if anyone has input, I know we received a survey from a resident, I would like to fairly quickly figure out how to put together a survey that gets the information that we think would be helpful. I think sightings, would people be interested in allowing their yard if we choose to go that way, because that will help answer the question of residential areas versus natural areas. Asking people, other than too many deer, what do you think the problem is? Or is there no problem? If you see a problem, what would be success in managing that problem? The negative interactions, things like that. So I think survey would be good, and I would love to have administration and our village attorney provide guidance on if we were to exercise the option to use a cull, what is the legal framework of that? What is the timing? Would we be joining with Southfield and Franklin, or Farmington Hills, Farmington and Farmington Hills, or would be our own contract? Just understanding the timing, the obligations around that. I'd also love to confirm, we have people who have opinions that appear to differ from the wildlife biologist as to whether contraceptives are permissible for use in Michigan or not. I thought she was clear on that, but I've heard people who have opinions from sources I'm unfamiliar with. So I would love something to confirm that. So, yes.
Thank you. I think she was very clear on that, but I guess interesting to look into it. But I also think sometimes we're confusing contraception and sterilization, right? Ann Arbor captured animals, spayed them, put them back out into the world. That is different than capturing them and, administering medication.
We're also confusing internet and facts, I think, at times. Their chat GPT tells me a lot of things that...
Mr. Rothy, can you remind me, is public safety tracking deer vehicle collision?
Yes, we are. In 2025, we only tracked one deer vehicle collision that was categorized in our Clemens reporting system. 2026, we only tracked one. But when we went back to January 1 of 2025 and we tracked it versus vehicle animal, we had 31 accidents that involved a vehicle and an animal.
Unspecified.
Unspecified. I would have to go back and look at every one of those reports. A lot of them were unreported incidences, probably, where a car struck a deer and then just continued on, and then somebody called us after the fact and said, hey, we just saw a car hit a deer, or there's a deer on the side of the road, and then we went there after the fact, so we didn't have a vehicle that we had to look for, obviously, but the car drove away because there wasn't enough damage. So I would assume that the car animal collisions involved more deer than any other animal. So I could scour the reports and see. I'm quite certain I'm going to be asked to get locations from these reports as well, so we're planning for that already.
Okay. That I think would be helpful, and location, right? I mean, are they all at bridges? Are they all at river crossings, that sort of thing? But But maybe to that point, Mr. Rothi, if we can think about things to work into the survey, maybe near misses also, right? I mean, people say, oh, my 18-year-old came home the other day and said, I was driving down Telegraph and this deer was stuck in the median and didn't know which way to go, and all of a sudden she jumped out in front of me, right? And so, if maybe that's one of the survey questions is, and I like your point of, it's not a closed thing where we're surveying people for 2 weeks, it's ongoing data collection.
Yeah.
It's almost like, it's like the RAP hotline, right? Like, okay, you're not reporting poaching, but you're reporting a near miss with a deer. Okay, I almost had a deer, walking in, driving into Berkshire, or whatever it is. And then the other thing I think that we need to at least consider and have a conversation about and get a sense from the community about is our interest or tolerance at all in allowing for hunting on our larger lots, right? I think our previous attorney had an opinion on whether or not that was allowed under the ordinance. I think we've heard people that have differing opinions. The ordinance says something about projectile. I don't know the wording of it, but we've got folks on 3-5 acre lots. Do we have any appetite for archery hunting to be allowable on those kinds of lots within season and with permit and that sort of thing? So I think we should at least have a conversation about it. And if we have a sense of it, we need to make sure our ordinance is in line with what we think it says and what we want it to say. Thank you.
Other comments? How do we instruct administration and our village attorney to, past all the words I used, to move us forward?
I like all the words you use, Mr. George.
Okay.
But
I think I have a good sense.
Yeah, I've been writing myself notes.
Yeah, I would like a way to measure. So if you guys can come up with that too, and it can be multiple means. It can be subjective, objective terms, whatever. But and I think to one of our residents' comments, measuring destruction may not be the right way. It might be measuring recovery. Over time, do we see recovery? Do we see, like, for example, my yard, and I think one of the challenges of my yard is I live right between kind of Douglas Evans and the park. So we see a high traffic go through my neighbor's yard, my yard all the time. I don't know where they're going or where they're coming from, but we see travel constantly, as much as 15 deer in a herd kind of walking through my front yard. And what I would say is my subjective measure is, first 10 years I was here, I saw some damage in my yard, right? I had some plants chewed up or things like that. Now it's like locusts went through. Like I have entire, hundreds and hundreds of feet of, used to be hosta edging, and yeah, they'd chew through it, and now it's like this time of year it's gone. I don't even bother. So it tries every year to grow out, and some of it hasn't grown back anymore just because the last couple of years it was chewed to the ground. So I think talking to other neighbors, they're seeing the same thing. It's absolute destruction as opposed to just like, oh, your favorite bush was eaten away. Or stunted in its growth because of that. So I think we can start, maybe doing an inventory of people who've had mass destruction in their yard, and do they continue to see that, or does it get better? I still continue to spray, but it doesn't do anything anymore. It did work for a while. So anyway, I think there's some opportunities from that perspective. How do we measure and make sure that we're doing year over year? Because if we are doing a call or some other means, I'd hate to continue to do that if it's not making a difference. That seems a bit...
Are we asking for that to be built into the survey so that we're asking people? That was my hope in asking.
What would they be willing to participate in? Could we get sample people who say they've had destruction? Will they volunteer to step up and give a repeated, input, things like that? So,
and I'm not 100, listen, I've received lots of emails from people who feel very passionately about this on all sides of the issue. I'm not married to any one idea, but I think you have to take some air out of the balloon before you can talk about what maintenance looks like, because I feel like right now we're in a spot where I've had multiple conversations with people who have had negative interactions with deer, and I don't know if that's just my neighborhood, but it is a real problem, and that you can't, that's no way to live, walking around carrying a golf club trying to protect your dog, or not walking your dog for large chunks of 2 times a year. So I would be happy, I don't care if there's anybody on council who wants to help with the survey, wants to provide input on what they'd like to see asked, what kind of information we'd like, but I would like a robust, prolonged period of time for residents where we're publicizing as well as we can to get one response per resident maximum, so we don't wind up with, so we wind up with accurate information. And that and understanding the legal framework of our options around either a call or contraception, which I think I know the answer on contraception, but I'd like to, there has to be law to support it, there has to be somewhere. I don't know what, if not approved means illegal, or if it's, that I'd like to understand. Anything else we need to add to that? Sent to council, or is that, do we need to, are we good? Anyone? Good. Bueller? Yes.
So not to belabor, I just want to understand next steps. I mean, I think we've given them lots of feedback on what a survey could be, but how do we take the step to, we need to start developing goals. We need to, figure out how to get involved in the consortium.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, we need to start moving.
Well, that's why I was asking for the legal framework around doing a call. Okay, so that's number one, because I don't want to miss the opportunity to do that should we choose to do it because we haven't done the homework. So I want to do the homework, have a contract so that we understand what that looks like, what are our obligations, what's the timing. How do you set goals? My hope is that the survey, by asking people, other than saying too many deer, what do you see as the problem? Whether it's understory growth, whether it's negative interactions, whether it's, you pick it, and again, you'll have someone who'll say, my flowers are being eaten. Someone in my house might say that, but that someone might also say I had to bum a ride off complete strangers, even though I told them I wasn't going to get in their car because they had a bag of poop, and they said, get in, the deer's trying to get you. So, we have issues, that's one of a couple times. So we've got, I think asking the residents, what do you see do you see a problem and what is that problem? And then how do you measure success? And that'll be a little contextual analysis of us trying to assemble those responses and figure out what do residents see as the problem, and do we have a path forward to address those concerns. Does anyone have better words, instructions?
I'm out of words.
What are we missing?
Is it too much to ask Mr. Rothy to kind of tell us what he interprets sense of council to be for next steps, or?
Put together a survey form that will live in the internet, collect data, look at deer, collision data, look at the data that the residents are providing in developing goals. Meanwhile, Attorney Kolb and I look at joining with, what it would take to join, and do an organized call, in culling season, so that I don't think we've missed the boat yet on that, but I don't want to make, I want to make sure council will be able to consider that before it's too late. The hunting program as well, I think, is an interesting angle, and just understanding more of how that would work. I think that's some ways easier than hiring, a USDA thing, and obviously less costly because it would just essentially be a volunteer. How Meridian Township does this, hunters are so willing to participate, they actually pay the municipality to, hunt, and there's, proficiency tests and everything. So kind of pursuing all of those as potential options and giving them to council, over the coming council meetings, including regular updates on what we're seeing from the surveyor data form. And I don't want to make a 50-question form, obviously, but, I want it to be substantial enough to capture the wide range of requests we've had this evening. And I will be soliciting all of your feedback on it before it gets published to the community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Aboud.
The only thing, I've talked to Bingham Farms and Franklin. In fact, at the next meeting this morning, and they'd be interested, like, in something, so I would not leave them out of
Nope,
this as far
you're
as
absolutely right.
regional benchmarking.
Yeah, I know Franklin has a deer committee, and I believe even the mayor of Southfield says they want to participate with them this year, so again,
It's also economies of scale, you know, it reduces our costs.
Yeah, a lot of people are working towards the same goal here.
And I don't know whether we have tried to run our infrared drone at night to see what kind of life signatures we can get. I don't know if we need to wait until the leaves drop before we can do that or not, but, you know, that's worth
Yeah, we
thinking about.
can explore it. It's.
Yeah, we did put the drone up in January on several occasions, but, you know, we had just a terrible windy winter, the deer bed down. The ones that we did see were in the cemetery at Beverly, but it wasn't a large amount of them because I think the weather just, they were just hiding from it.
Right.
You know, minus 20 degrees with sideways wind and snow.
And in speaking with Southfield's deputy manager, you know, they were like, surveys are good, but they're, you know, they didn't see a ton of value in an aerial drone survey.
Where's Waldo? I mean, they just are good at
I mean,
blending in.
On a daily basis, we hear from the residents where the deer are.
Last thing, Mr. George, we mentioned Bingham and Franklin, but to the director's point, you know, Southfield Township doesn't have a lot of property of their own, right? But there's a large private property that abuts East Beverly, right? I mean, some kind of partnership potentially with Acacia Park might be useful, right? At least for the folks in East Beverly.
I've already floated this idea by Supervisor Mooney, just in concept, so definitely want to involve the township to the best of that they can be involved as well.
All right. Anything else on that? Going twice? All right, moving on. I was going to say last item on the business agenda, but we added a number 8, so I lied. Number 7 on the business agenda, ordinance number 395, first reading. Mr. Rothy.
Yes, I'll have Attorney Kolb handle the summary of this. The only thing I will kick things off with is a summary of where we are with chicken permits. We have 1 permit currently outstanding and issued. We have 3 applications we have received, one of them as late as last week. 2 of the 3 applications, including one from Councilman Brodrusco, indicate that they are in possession of more than the maximum required number of chickens on their property, which, you know, ultimately led to the council directing village attorney to prepare this ordinance. So that's the table setting as far as what the ordinance does and how it works. I will turn it over to Attorney Kolb for more discussion.
So at council's request, I prepared this amendment that would allow folks not only who had more chickens, but also dogs and cats, as limits were placed in the ordinance last October, was part of the whole new animal ordinance that was adopted. Obviously, some folks are concerned, understandably, about having to give up a pet, and people consider chickens pets, so they were concerned about having to put down or get rid of animals that they had in their possession prior to the adoption of the new ordinance. So this amendment is a way to address that. It will allow folks, residents, who have more than the permitted number of chickens, dogs, or cats to keep them through the end of those animals' natural lives. And after that, they need to reduce the number of animals in their home down to the ordinance maximums. So that's what this amendment would do if adopted by council. There's a provision that addresses the nuisance situation, and you already have a nuisance ordinance, so we simply referred to that ordinance just in order to be consistent and not create a separate set of guidelines, because your nuisance ordinance does address loud animals, you know, loud noises, unsanitary conditions. So if having additional animals results in a nuisance condition, then the resident would be given notice. They would have that their permit for the additional animals is subject to revocation. They would get a hearing before the council, so they are given due process, and then council would make a determination. And of course, all the other requirements of the animal ordinance would apply to the resident that has more animals than is permitted. And then the amendment allowing a larger coop or pen to house the additional animals. So those are the proposed changes. Nothing is written in stone, so if there's tweaks council would like to make, obviously we can make them before anything is adopted.
Okay, thank you. So, my view on this is that we know we have multiple instances where we are, have people who are not in compliance. We know of 2. I have heard tale of at least 1 other. So if there's 3, I don't know how many there are. The question is, do we want to? So when we talk about the Constitution and equal application of the law has been applied equally. If anybody gets, for anything, my grass was pretty long the other day before I cut it, and if they came and wrote me a compliance notice that it was longer than 8 inches, I can either comply or I can say no thank you, at which point the village can either write me a ticket or not, and if they write me a ticket, I can either pay it and correct my action, or I can go to court and fight it. Any resident has that ability, and we have instances where we have written the ticket and people have fought it, and then we find out that certain pieces of our code don't stand up to the scrutiny. So here we are. This is what I learned last time we had an opportunity to go to court and defend our code. I took the advice that our code would stand up to the scrutiny and that it was sufficient to allow us to enforce as we had been, and that turned out to not be the case. While we have people saying, appeal it, we also have people holding up signs saying, how much have you spent on litigation? So I'm not trying to make anyone happy. I'm trying to figure out, how does the village manage this? And the options here are, we already know of multiple instances where we can either write a ticket and face the possibility of going to court, or we can figure out how to deal with it. And what I learned last time was that when you go to court, there are unknown outcomes. Given that we would have to individually deal with multiple unknown outcomes on the same issue, I'm trying to figure out whether there is a way we can deal with it. So that is kind of the table setting as I see it for how we got here and why we're reading these potential amendments to the ordinance. Questions, comments from council?
Just the one comment, Mr. George. I do believe Mr. Maxwell's correct in the subparagraph D. Ms. Kolb, should that be 2025, right?
Yep, I highlighted it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Does what you just did satisfy the need for a first reading?
How I've handled it, first readings with my other clients is not necessarily the same way that the village handles it.
I'm asking the question.
But
the agenda item is first reading. I just want to make sure the attorney says we've handled the need for a first reading.
Yes.
So, all right. Questions, comments? I don't know. Yes, community, if anyone. Oh, Mr. Abud.
Yeah. So, memo proposed amendment to animal ordinance. First and foremost, I'm not in support of the proposed amendment to the recently adopted ordinance regarding chickens at this time. My concerns relate to both process and policy. Process, governance concerns. From a governance perspective, the situation raises questions regarding best practices and public perception. A sitting council member who initiated the original ordinance is also served on the subcommittee recommending amendments to that same ordinance. While While this may not violate any formal rule, it raises concerns regarding independence of review, separation of functions, and the appearance of impartiality. Ordinance development and amendment processes should ensure broad-based input, balanced review, and a clear separation between origination and recommendation functions wherever feasible to maintain public trust. I'm tired of getting emails from people telling me, Mr. Aboud, you just sit around, you don't speak your mind. Well, I'm letting you guys know how I feel. At a minimum, the situation warrants full public disclosure of any potential conflict and recusal from any final vote on a proposed amendment. The policy concerns. On the policy side, I do not believe sufficient justification has been provided to reopen or amend an ordinance that was recently adopted, particularly absent documented implementation issues, enforcement challenges, or demonstrated community-wide impacts. Reopening recently adopted policy without clear evidence of need risks undermining stability and predictability in local governance is what I sit here and do as everybody else on this council. The burden of proof, if exceptions are adopted, which I'm not going to speak for anybody else, I'm speaking for Rock Aboud Village Council. If an exception-based framework is adopted, the burden of proof must rest with the applicant. Any individual seeking an exception should be required to provide contemporaneous supporting documentation. An example would be veterinary records, purchase receipts, licensing record within a defined period, like 30 days of adoption. Self-attestation alone should not be sufficient, and the village should not be placed in the position of independently verifying claims absent a formal review process. So, in conclusion, for those of you that have issues with me sitting around, I'm tired of this. It needs to go away, and I can't deal with this anymore. So, for these reasons, I cannot support moving forward with any of the proposed amendments at this time. And the final thing I want to say is, and I'm going to review this in open meeting here, to be able to have the attorney let me know how closed sessions in the Michigan Open Meetings Act and the overview of these closed sessions are governed by, obviously, the Michigan Meeting Act, and then a village council may enter closed session. I don't want to get into the procedures. I want to hear exactly how we put things in a closed session. That's all I have to say for now.
Thank you. Mr. O'Gorman.
I know there's been some questions about folks who have excess number of animals. I know that for me, this applies to both cats and chickens. I'm more heartwarmed to the folks who might have more than the 4 cats that's allowed. We don't really have a way to monitor cats, correct, Mr. Rothy? Yeah. But we do have within the ordinance a way to monitor chickens annually for people who've applied for a permit, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then people who haven't applied for a permit, they'd be subject to, this article associated with their ability to get an exception, which means proof of ownership and all that type of stuff. So for me, I'm fine with this because having done some reading, research, and talking to other people who have some knowledge in the space, other communities across the country that have put constraints on animals, not chickens, just animals in general, there's generally either lawsuits or issues where somebody has more animals than is currently constrained, and because of the sensitivity of the pet, a lot of times the residents prevail in being able to keep that pet. So for me, I think this is a reasonable adaptation to what we approved, probably an oversight on our part. I think there was some idea of grandfather clause. I don't think of this as a grandfather clause as much as an exception to people who have, you can call it the same thing, but people who have more cats, we'll call it, than is allowed, because we didn't have a limit on cats previously, correct?
No.
Yeah, Yeah, so you could have 18 cats if you wanted, and if your neighbors weren't complaining and it didn't smell horrible, you had 18 cats. So I think we've done the appropriate thing to constrain that, but anybody who has animals that they're affectionately attached to, I think it's reasonable to say the life and duration of any of these animals. Cats last a long time, potentially. I have a 15-year-old cat, so they can last a long duration of time. So I understand that, but I don't think chickens have quite the same lifespan. So I'm not quite as concerned as others about this. I think there's a lifespan to this exception. And I think somebody did mention the bringing the coop size into conformance. Is that also, I read this a few times and I'm just really tired tonight. Is that also in here?
I think it's administrative. I mean, it says can't increase the size at discretion, so that would be an administrative, I would assume, through the permitting process.
Okay. I just want to make sure that, yeah, somebody, once their number of pets has been reduced and they're coop-oriented, that we have the ability to reduce that coop down to the ordinance itself as well as the animals. So, other than that, I'm supportive of this, given that the ordinance passed previously. Those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. George.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I have a couple questions.
Yes.
Manager Rothie, how many people have come forward that have more than 4 cats that can't come into compliance right now?
I'm aware of none.
None?
None.
Okay. There could be some. And we could have, I think you've told me there are 3 possibly, 2 that you know, or 3 that have more than 4 hens?
2 properties.
Two that have more than 1.
More than 4, yes.
Okay, so we're making an exception for 2 people that we know of. We could have more. This was no oversight. This wasn't some oversight. We discussed this. We had this discussion in multiple, I sat on the Animal Ordinance Subcommittee. We had these conversations. We actually discussed the number when we went to actually vote on this as a council. And we discussed that number and we came to that number of 4. And it was discussed if people that had more than 4 could come into compliance. And I think if you roll tape, it was said that yes, they could. So now we come forward, is it 8 months? And lo and behold, we have this in front of us. There was no intention of becoming compliant. Okay, so we have ordinances. We have a lot of ordinances. It protects people. Whether you like the ordinance or not, it protects you. You have options when you have those ordinances. As President George said, you get a ticket, you get cited, you have options. You can go to court or you can come into compliance. That's what we should do. This council voted on this, and we should lay that out there and let it happen. Because we can't do that for every other ordinance also. That's how we do it. So this is just bad policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yep, public comments.
Carolyn Packard, Norchester. I wholeheartedly agree with Mr. Aboud and also with Tim Mercer on your points. And the way to get around it is, why didn't you have the people of Beverly Hills vote on this to begin with? That's the way to do it, not by somebody's say-so. That's where it failed. You failed us.
Attorney Kolb, Did we address the fact, what's the position on whether council can just put something on the ballot?
The council cannot put advisory questions on a ballot. That's prohibited by law.
Okay. Just making sure. There's a mechanism. If people want it on the ballot, council is here to make decisions. We're not here to punt on difficult conversations. That's the challenge.
And when you say advisory, let's just, can we talk about, just state what we can and can't put on the ballot? We talked about one earlier tonight, which is power to tax or levy millages. That's something we can put on the ballot. It's outlawed, it's outlined in the charter, right? And it's also allowed by state code.
It's required by state law.
Right. You have to put that on there.
Right.
So really, if it's not having to do with something with fiduciary responsibility or financial, we can't do that. We can't put, that's, everything else is advisory.
Correct.
Okay.
But the residents do have the right of petition and referendum.
Correct. They could, there's a process that they could go through to gather signatures based on how many people voted maybe in the last election, and then they could get a ballot proposal on the ballot, just like we're going to put one on the ballot for changing the structure of the millage.
Correct.
Go right ahead.
Kathy Lorenz, 18819 Warwick. Although it isn't easily put on the ballot, we did a preliminary survey on chickens. I think we can all remember that, but it didn't have any impact on the council's decision. But the overwhelming number, I think it was like 900, maybe Mr. Tababin remembers the actual count of people.
Something in that neighborhood.
Yeah, like 900 to 200, but the council still went ahead and did an ordinance for chickens. On another note, we did a survey on deer. What impact does that have? We've already collected some data. Can we not go back to that survey that was done, and all of our residents were asked how much damage they had to their homes, if they were in accidents, and it was quite a lengthy survey. Am I the only one remembering that?
Could have came from somewhere else.
I think there was a SEMCOG survey of Southeast Michigan on deer. And I know our community had one of the highest, hang on, let me pause your time. Like response rates, right. There we go. Yes, so that's probably what you're thinking of.
Maybe so. But I think that the council is on a slippery slope. Every time you have somebody come and challenge or ask for an exemption, what's going to be your response? If you give it to Rachel, you've got to give it to anybody else that comes forward and says, I'd like an exemption.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
David Tabab in Orchard Way Court. Wasn't there on the ballot several years ago in Southfield an initiative asking the residents what their opinion would be on doing a deer call?
Yes.
Well, how would that be different? Why wouldn't it, in the case of chickens on the ballot, why couldn't we, it seems to me just a matter of how you phrase the question.
Oh, I mean, I don't know anything about what Southfield did, so I can't comment.
Right. Well, the other interesting point is, I know we just spent quite a bit of time talking about putting together a survey on deer, to which we're going to put a lot of emphasis on in determining what our decisions is going to be. But when we had a survey on chickens, we threw it out because we said it didn't have any meaning. So, we tend to vacillate back and forth in how we justify things that we do. And that's probably not a good thing. I appreciate the comments from Mr. Abood, Mr. Mercer. But the long and short of it is, if you pass an ordinance, and then when somebody objects to some of the provisions of that ordinance, and then you say, well, we're afraid we're going to get sued, so we're going to pass an amendment to that ordinance to satisfy those people, in essence, you have no ordinances. You really don't, because anybody could come forward and say, that's Beverly Hills. Anything goes in Beverly Hills, you can get anything you want. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Dale Young, Riverside. So I'll just start and say I'm completely opposed to this 395. And I want to go back in history a little bit. I attended all those meetings along with Mr. Mercer here. In the draft that came out of the committee on August 17th, there was very specific language that said no grandfathering, zero grandfathering. Between August 17th and September 12th, that language was removed. I've asked multiple times, why was that language removed? No one will answer the question. No one will answer who removed it or why. So that's one point. This all could have been avoided if that language would have stayed in there, because we could point to that and say, no, everybody knew that there was no grandfathering, but there was ambiguity introduced. As it is, 395 is completely unenforceable, and I'll echo some of the comments from Mr. Aboud and Mr. Mercer. And it is unenforceable because Rachel made it unenforceable. There were multiple times in those meetings where we talked about permitting the coop and licensing the birds, putting identifiers on the birds so that we would know what they were, identify them. And she insisted over and over again, no, we don't license birds, we permit coops. So now we're in a situation, we have no idea what she has. We have no idea what the other person has either. So there's no microchipping, there's no DNA, there's no fingerprinting or whatever, claw printing. There's no receipts. So what I predict is 20 years from now, the Hydruscos will get a brand new neighbor, and that new neighbor will say, I don't like living next to 14 chickens. Because she'll still have 14 chickens in 20 years. And they'll call the enforcement, and the enforcement officer will go there and say, prove to me that you had those chickens before October of 2025. And the Hydruscos will say, well, prove to me that I didn't. And they'll be at a stalemate. And they'll just continue to have birds. And they'll replace those birds over and over and over again. And we will have no way of knowing because they're completely untraceable. They're unidentifiable. This is all about, I've made this point for years, and I'll just make the same point. This is and has always been about their shameless sense of entitlement. They feel entitled to do whatever they want. So she sat on a committee. She agreed to the committee's outcome of the committee. She voted on it. Now they don't want to live by it. She could have lived by that on October 7th. She could live on that by the ordinance today. She could live by it tomorrow. They choose not to. So I think it's time for the community to stand up to them. If you guys are going to go forward with it, I think you absolutely have to have some traceability. And I also believe, for years we heard, well, there are 12 to 15 coops already in the community somewhere. Well, where are those people? If they haven't come forward 8 months later, then they should not be allowed to fall under this exception. They've had 8 months to comply. They've had 8 months to, because it's very specific in the ordinance that says you have to get a permit. They should not be allowed under this exception, period, if they haven't come forward already. So, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Greg Kessler, 18345 Beverly Road. I think the question really here is a conflict of interest and whether a council member who is one of two people who is over the limit of chickens is going to be allowed to vote on an amendment that directly affects her, that she has a vested interest in passing, and it is mainly directed just for her. If you do this, all these other people that have had to come in compliance with other statutes will have the right to come back here and ask why they don't have the same opportunities as she has had. She's a sitting council member. She should not be allowed to vote on this.
Thank you. I will rely on our village attorney to help us make that, give us guidance on that question.
Good evening, Todd Schaefer, Sunset Drive. I'm not going to reread the whole letter I sent you guys, so everybody hopefully got it, and at least have read the bullet point TLDR version. A couple things I do want to point out or clarify, especially in regards to Mr. George, your comments, and also Mr. O'Gorman. There's a difference with regard to chickens, dogs, and cats here. The prior ordinance allowed 0 chickens. It was clear. And Attorney Ryan, our village attorney at the time, made it clear to Councilwoman Hydrusko that that was the case. So there is no question that this was known and that this is specifically being tailored for 1, perhaps 2 residents, but 1 council member. Additionally, 2 dogs were allowed. So anybody now that has more than 3 was already violating the law. Anybody that had 1 chicken was violating the law. There is nothing to legacy, because we're not supposed to use the G word. It's incorrect, as I was recently re-educated on. But there is nothing to do there. Cats are problematic in that the code was poorly drafted before in the way it addressed cats, and it was basically what you can have in a healthy and safe manner. So 1 home might be able to have 1 home might have been able to have 17 if it was large enough, and so yes, I do have some sympathy there, but since we don't track them, I'm not sure we really need an entire ordinance just for the cats. To address a couple of the points, the bullet points that I did raise, well, I've got just a couple of minutes left. The ordinance was adopted intentionally and with full deliberation. Allowing current violators to continue indefinitely defeats the purpose of enacting new rules. An ordinance with built-in exceptions for noncompliance is not an ordinance, it is a suggestion. As I mentioned, residents who faithfully complied, and as was previously mentioned by the prior speaker, those who previously complied with these ordinances because they were prohibited are now placed at an arbitrary disadvantage compared to those who simply disregarded the rules. Fair governance calls for even-handed enforcement. As I mentioned, chickens were already prohibited. This is not a legacy situation. We've already heard many people talk about the direct conflict of interest. And as I went into further detail, the burden of proof has to rest on the claimant here. And I actually like the suggestion better that those who haven't come forward yet should not be able to benefit from this ordinance. At a minimum, this ordinance needs to be revised, if it is to move forward, to indicate that folks have a very short period of time to basically register their animals that are in violation. And this has to be with documented proof. It's not for the village to be the one going out to try and figure out if this was the case. Finally, it is absolutely bad policy to be making ordinances for the benefit of a handful of people or fewer in contravention of a recently passed ordinance. This is, I find it analogous that if I get caught speeding 35, on Evergreen, that I can't just say I'm going to sue, and that we should now have an ordinance to, revise that. You have to be able to defend your ordinances, and yes, unfortunately, litigation can be a crapshoot. The judge in this case made an absolutely abhorrent decision. An appeal would have easily gotten, at a very minimum, a stay, and you could have all avoided the whole process of having to put us in a moratorium for 6 months. Instead, we would have gotten a stay, and we would have had our ordinance, and we could have gone through this same process. Unfortunately, all of the time and effort that were involved in the subcommittee and the subcommittee hearings, it seems like if you move forward with this, it was all a complete and utter waste of time. And I not only resent that for myself, but for everybody else involved. This is, it's basically made a mockery of this process. And as somebody who served on the ZBA for over 15 years, it makes me wonder why we even moved it out of there. This is exactly the kind of thing.
Need to wrap it up, sir.
This is exactly the kind of thing, had we left this in the real estate
You're past your time. Thank you for your comments.
You're very welcome.
Anyone else?
Mark
Melody, Kinross Avenue. Yes, I think this council has to get, hopefully, a legal opinion then in the favor of causing the recusal in the vote of a council member who is directly going to benefit from such a vote. That, it just borders on anarchy, which is not what this country and everything else is based on. So, also causing anarchy, is this allowed to just, doesn't matter to me. Where's the permit? Where's the enforcement? It's 4 hens were allowed, and if there's anything to be in this amendment, there should be a required banding. Or better yet, let's chip them. Then you can't get rid of a chip that easily. So on the issue of deer, we are, unfortunately, whether people like it or not, humans are the natural predators now of the deer. Because obviously we don't have black bears, we don't have any pumas, we don't have anything along the line of bobcats that are going to be allowed due to other safety issues. So something has to be done, and I think that this is going to have to get resolved sooner than later because of as it's been stated, the population increase is just going to get out of hand. And then the last point is, in the democracy that we have, the people will be allowed to vote on all these issues, because if they want to stand up, they want to have the majority rule on these issues, they will vote in the election to have people of like mind sit on this council. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Jennings, Orchard Way. It's too bad that the council members didn't get a chance to see these subcommittee meetings, because Rachel, which at the request of Tracy, was put on this committee, and she was directly involved in every single detail of this. We had robust decisions and conversations about lot size, numbers, life cycle. We had that with dogs, cats, chickens. She had input on every single thing. She formed it. She was, as Ms. Cascametti said, she knows more about chickens than anybody else, and she does in many cases. And yet, she formed all this. She agreed to everything. She put stuff together. Then we come to council. The first thing we have is an amendment, a changed amendment on lot size. Boom, right off the bat. Now we have this after 8 months, and it's really frightening that we're going to allow the Druscos to hold us up with this threat of lawsuits. I know many of you guys go on the Facebook page. Mr. Drusco has basically said, hey, I'm going to sue you guys for this one, and I may go back to the original one for aggrievement. Huh? That's great. And I imagine that's what you guys discussed maybe in the first 2 closed meetings. We don't know that. You talk about transparency, we have none here. Other than the fact, well, unless you've chuckled, but tell us about what's really, the truth is, like you said before, that there's a needle that you have to thread, right? You want to have these people sue us again, and then we have to go because we're going to have to get an outside counsel, right? Because Mr. Drusco's on council. It's frightening, you guys, really. There has to be a stop sometime, or an agreement that it's got to stop. I'm done. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Anyone else? If not, we will move on. We satisfied the need for a reading. Anything on this before we go to our item that I have to remember on the list?
Mr. George,
yes.
Can I just address the question of advisory questions
Sure.
on the ballot? So the Home Rule Cities Act, which is the state law governing city charters, specifically allows a city to include in their charter the possibility of putting advisory questions on the ballot. The Home Rule Village Act does not have an equivalent provision. So cities are authorized to allow under their charters for advisory questions. Villages are not, which is how Southfield was able to do it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is advice I would have liked to have heard a year ago so that we could have stopped everyone from, I mean, honestly, now, and when you talk about threading a needle, we do the best we can with the advice we're given. I am appreciative of the advice I just received that gives the residents the comfort that it is not up to us to just throw that question on the ballot. That would have been good to dismiss that notion literally years ago. So,
Mr. George?
Yes.
If we're talking about some of these, like, issues around what is allowed and what is not allowed, to Mr. Young's point, there was a reason why it really wasn't used, the term grandfathering wasn't the term that was used. We talked about it. It was conforming versus non-conforming, right? So that's the correct term to use. However, the reason that conforming or non-conforming was eliminated from the subcommittee to the first reading of that in September, October, was because the new ordinance was in the general area. It was a general ordinance. The old ordinance was in the zoning ordinance, and it was determined that it should not reside there. It should reside in the general ordinance. Because of that, general ordinance, you do not have any conforming versus non-conforming. Okay? That's why we're back here tonight, to rewrite the ordinance to basically allow that. Although we're not calling it that because it's not conforming or non-conforming, it's just changing it to allow people to have different things for different things. So that's why it was removed.
Okay. Calling that one closed. Moving on to added agenda item, business agenda item number 8, which is the consideration of GLEWA member partner contract for legal services for the 3M and DuPont public drinking water settlements and corresponding resolution. Mr. Othie.
I will turn this over to Attorney Kolb, as it's all things legal.
Attorney Kolb.
So there is what is called multi-district litigation ongoing, and that means basically a national lawsuit. Lawsuits were filed in different federal courts across the country. When that happens, they get consolidated in one court, and one judge hears all related claims. So this lawsuit was filed against 3M and DuPont for releasing PFAS and PFOAs into the water system, causing contamination. GLEWA, so there's Tier 1 water users and there's Tier 2, or class members, identified as part of the litigation. GLEWA, the Great Lakes Water Authority, is a Tier 1 class member. GLEWA had an opportunity to opt in to the litigation and participate in the settlement, and they failed to timely do so. Therefore, GLEWA is out as a party to the litigation. There is a Tier 2 of plaintiffs, which Beverly Hills qualifies as. So, under the guidance of this law firm in Louisiana that is representing GLEWA and GLEWA's customers, they have advised that there is the possibility that the village can get a recovery for water contamination. Like with all class action lawsuits, there's a deadline. The village needs to opt in by July 1st. If they don't opt in by July 1st, they get no part of any potential settlement. The village would not get the opportunity to prove that they had contaminated water, would not be eligible for compensation under the case. If the village opts in, then there's a July 30th deadline to get actual testing done to confirm whether or not the village's water was contaminated by PFAS or PFOAs. because the law firm is based in Louisiana, they allow the plaintiffs, the class plaintiffs, to have local counsel. As we are your general town or village attorneys, we are requesting that you hire both us and this national firm, which is called Liuzza. I hope I'm saying that right.
You are.
One of the coolest law firm names I think I've ever heard. To represent the village and take the village's claims forward. Because it's a class action lawsuit or a damages lawsuit, the compensation for the attorneys, and this includes both my firm and Liuzza, would be the typical 1/3. You know, you hear that a lot in like personal injury cases where people are suing for damages. Our firm would split that 1/3, so the village is not going to pay any more than 1/3 of any recovery. This is not a guarantee that the village will get a recovery, and if there is no recovery, there is no fee. Sounds like a couple attorney commercials you hear on TV. But if there is a recovery to be had to the village, again, we would split the fee 2/3, 1/3. The interesting thing about the funds from this settlement is that they are unrestricted, meaning they could go into the general fund. They would not have to go back into the water fund, which is unusual, but that's the agreement that has, or that's the settlement that's been set up. So we are asking the council to consider both opting into the settlement and then retaining Rosati Schultz and Liuzza to represent the village.
This is similar to what the council has done previously with those opioid lawsuits, and those were smaller payouts, and those were restricted funds on what we could use those payouts for. But there is past practice for the village engaging in this type of class action with. Going through some council packets this week. A bunch of our neighbors are participating in this. Berkeley, Grosse Pointe Woods, Sterling Heights. So all of kind of GLEWA customers in Southeast Michigan are seeking, unrestricted funds as part of a settlement that, again, we may, with testing, might determine we're not even eligible for in the first place, and this might be over in 2 weeks for us. We don't know, but because of the deadline, we do want to bring this to your consideration this evening.
And so our options are to either sign this, it costs us nothing and we might get some money, or to not sign it, in which case we're either...
You're locked out of...
We're locked out.
Any.
Or we could try to sue on our own, which would be...
No, if you don't opt in, you can't file a separate
So there you
lawsuit.
go. So it is either join and potentially get some. It looks like the settlement amount, total, is a little bit over $14 billion over 10 years. So what portion of that would make its way to Beverly Hills if we find that we have some sort of PFAS exposure? We don't know, but it's either something or nothing. Mr. O'Gorman.
Any idea what a PFAS test costs?
I don't know.
I mean, it's in the water.
I think someone on council might.
Well, I do. But before I get to that, I want to clarify one thing. It says that the village must establish PFAS levels in untreated source water. Can we use existing data to do so? Because that's already been determined.
That is a big part of it, and Mr. Johnson left, but he's provided Ms. Rella with
we have all the data.
A lot of information.
We have all the data.
So that's part of it, but they want to do a current, or they're requiring a current test, and GLEWA has agreed to allow a firm to go in and test on behalf of all the municipalities that opt in.
Okay. I mean, an individual PFAS test is in the hundreds of dollars, maybe up to low thousands of dollars. But we're talking about sampling the Detroit River. We're not talking about sampling in our water system. Right. So, I mean, it would be, you're sampling source water.
So we're out worst case, 1,000 plus little bit dollars
But that's what I don't know that every individual tier 2
would be required to do that
needs to
assessment.
collect that, right? Somebody needs to collect that
I would
data.
assume that would come out of the cost of litigation for all the clients that sign up with the firm.
That'd be absorbed by them. If there's no win in the lawsuit, then they would just absorb those costs as a loss and move on.
Correct.
Okay.
Right. But for what it's worth, I mean, PFAS has been detected in the source water. So the
Which
data
is not the drinking water.
I was, don't worry. I was going to say that. PFAS has not been detected in your drinking water and concentrations above criteria. All that is available.
Just one question. If GLEWA would have been in a timely manner to do a tier 1, what difference would that have made from our perspective?
You may not have had the opportunity to opt into the settlement. It would have gone to GLEWA as the first
So perhaps this was
level of
intentional from
service.
GLEWA.
Maybe.
It was either they'd collect it and have to decide whether to keep it or split it out on their own, or they intentionally missed the deadline to give the member municipalities an opportunity to file.
You don't think they would have reduced our rates with the money they got?
Yes, they would have reduced our rates.
And then,
So good. I like where your head's at.
Wishful thinking.
Yep. All right.
but this other firm is GLEWA's firm, is what I'm...
They're the national firm.
They're the national
They're the
firm.
ones on the radio saying, do you have PFAS in your water?
GLEWA has been working with them, I think, to help identify all the customers, but they're...
Yeah, they're the ones who probably got the class certified.
Got it.
All right. Anything else?
I can make a motion unless anyone has any other discussion points. Now therefore be it resolved by the village council that the manager and village clerk of the village are hereby authorized to execute the legal services agreement with the firm based upon the terms and conditions set forth herein and in a manner subsequently similar to the agreement attached hereto as Exhibit A.
Support.
Support for Mr. O'Gorman. Ms. Brown, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Drummond?
Yes.
Mr. George?
Yes.
Ms. Kescometti?
Yes.
Mr. Mercer?
Yes.
Mr. O'Gorman?
Yes.
Mr. Aboud?
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right, thank you. All right, concludes the business agenda. Public comments. We're going to go through public comments, managers report, council comments. Then we have to stay for a closed session regarding union negotiations, but the room will clear out. So public comments we'll do now. So if anyone has a public comment on anything, online or in chamber?
Anything.
Yep. Dazzle us. Let's branch out. Let's talk about the, I don't know, trees, something.
Susan Ruby, Lincolnshire. We've lived there for 40 years, and I do not believe the 13-mile road, correct me if I'm wrong, between Losser and Groves has been ever repaired. And I asked last summer, I came to the office here and I said, any plans for 13-mile road? Yeah, we're going to get a grant. Okay, what is the plan? Well, in 2029, they're going to do something to 13-mile road. Is that true?
It is, I forget which, we get lost in between fiscal years and actual years. So I don't know if the construction will be done in 2028 or 2029. And that is true, largely because there's some federal money to support it, because that project from Groves to the west side of the village, 13-mile, which requires some additional drainage and a decent amount of work, is going to be very costly. I think when we did 14-mile, it was $1.1 million, $1.2 million, somewhere in that.
Why was 14-mile done twice?
There was a whole issue with it not being smooth enough when they first did it, so most of that was covered by the contractor who didn't do it to spec.
Warranty.
Yeah. So it is, trust me, that's part of the equipment we approved earlier was some hot patch equipment so that they can patch some of the bad parts.
Not possible.
Okay, well.
It is so bad. Every day I will go on that road.
I hear you. And we are trying to do it in the most cost-effective manner possible, and that is unfortunately waiting a couple more years until there's federal funds available.
As I said to the woman that told me that, I could be dead by then.
I hope not. I hope not.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else?
You should run for council, she's pretty funny.
It's a mic drop walkout. I like it. You know, I mean, it's so. All right, thanks. We'll close public comments. We'll go on to manager's report. Mr. Rowe.
All right, I'm going fast because I'm tired and jet lagged
I get it.
still. But Beverly Park, the old playground's gone. Rest in pieces. All of the new equipment is on site as of today. That project's continuing on. Got all the instruction manuals and how to put it together and everything. I haven't looked at them, but I'm terrible at IKEA furniture.
Did you get like one Allen wrench with the whole thing?
Something like that. So that's moving forward. Come to the Parks Board meeting this Thursday for Smith Group's going to be there talking with the Parks Board specifically about public engagement strategies and next step and how to proceed. So stay tuned for more on that. We opened bids for the Beverly Park fence project. Several of them came in under budget. We'll have a bid award at our next council meeting on July 7th.
Is that along Beverly Road and Allerton Court?
Yes, sir.
So we will have a unified, good-looking new commercial-grade fence along both sides of the park. Delightful. Thank you.
Yes. Traffic calming device, Beverly Road. We mentioned it earlier. It is there. I drove over it today. Seemed to do its thing. The DNR staff came by when I was away and met with Director Johnston and Adam about the grant application we have out for the woods at Beverly Park, and I'm happy to say that they were really encouraged by that project as a fundable project.
Could you explain what that is real quick? Just briefly.
It's kind of like rebuilding the woods, boardwalks, and part of the Beverly Park 2050 plan. There may be some other things we need to do as far as getting more refined concepts to support that grant application. I'll figure that out in the coming days, but that meeting went very well. I mentioned earlier the open house for the Beverly Southfield Road intersection study, Tuesday, July 14th, 6:30 to 8 p.m. Again, there's no presentation or agenda. It's more of come in and have, guided conversations and opportunities to get specific feedback. We are, thanks to President George's confirmation today, we're going to have a joint Planning Commission and Village Council meeting on July 22nd to kick off the master plan and village zoning ordinance, I'm sorry. So save the date. I'm announcing it right here, right now for the first time, July 22nd. We do have a quorum of council, and we'll have Planning Commission as well that evening. We'll be closed Friday, July 3rd in recognition of Independence Day. And then last but not least, e-bikes. I know they've been a topic. Got some emails about them. I was at the park earlier today, and I didn't almost get run over, but I kind of felt like a pretend parent, like wanting to yell at some middle schoolers. But I was researching our current code with Attorney Kolb. There was some language I thought we could maybe use, but it links to the motor vehicle code of the state of Michigan, which specifically excludes e-bikes as a kind of motor vehicle as far as parks go. So in order to move forward, we're going to draft an ordinance that we could maybe do a first reading on or just take council feedback on at the next council meeting in order to govern e-bikes in the village. That's all I have.
Super. Questions for Mr. Ruthie? All right, thank you, sir. Puts us on to council comments.
Oh, can I ask one question?
You can.
Thank you.
It's not too late.
The sign permit that's going to be considered at the June 24th Planning Commission, is that in the, where the Market Fresh is, down from there where maybe Brady's kind of was at one point? Is that where it's opening in that area?
Yeah, it's in that complex. I think it's going to be the neighbor of the Supinos? Supinos, yes.
Are they going for a permit because of the, paint or whatever they put on their window that is like yellow and stripes and all that?
I'm not sure.
I believe you're referring to Big Fat Shawarma.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Yeah, that's what it says in here. I was trying not to say that, but I mean, it's written down, but.
That's the name of our new neighbor.
The issue is, that must be what they're doing, because I'm pretty sure that that's not allowed to have that type of stuff on your window.
Correct.
I just want them to open.
I think it's...
I want them to follow the policy or getting a variance.
Yeah, okay.
That's all.
Yeah, I don't assume it to be the window stuff. I think that's we're coming soon. I assume there's probably some question about the sign, the actual sign.
Yeah, no, all signs need to be approved by the Planning Commission.
Yeah, I know that, but the window stickers are not even allowed if it's coming soon or they open. I mean, and it looks more than just temporary.
Sounds like the question.
Sounds like something for me to look into.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
I could be mistaken. If you could check into that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Council comments. Keep going, Mr. Mercer.
I'm good. Thank you. No comments tonight.
Mr. O'Gorman.
I just wanted to address some comments made this evening. It's torn on whether I should or not, but I think from my perspective it's relevant. I think a lot of people sitting at this table have decided to put their name in the hat to run for council. I've run for other public office because there's some motivator. And I think that there are conflicts of interest, totally agree with that, but I do think that, we shouldn't shortchange people who have a point of view. I think anybody in this community should be encouraged to run for public office if they deem something is not appropriate or something they disagree with. I think that's the point of democracy. So I generally don't 100% agree. I ran for village council I didn't have an agenda or a specific item, but I know some people do. I've served on a school board previously, again, kind of generically participated, didn't have an agenda, but people do run for purpose, and we've seen that within the Birmingham School Board, we've seen that in surrounding communities, where people might have something they don't agree with in their community and they want to make a change. So, and not justifying all of Ms. Rajewsko's actions, but I do, to some degree, respect some of her actions because she did have an intent to make a change within our community, and she worked hard to do that. So while I may not agree with everything she's done, I do agree with the approach to some degree that's been taken and encourage people in the community who have, that opinion of a particular issue. If somebody were hell-bent on deer and felt the council wasn't taking action on the deer and felt that the community supported them in taking motivation to get on council, I'm not big on single agenda approach. But I generally believe that, we do have people who have concerns with fences in the community. We have people who have concerns with the way we manage our property lines within the community. We have people who have concerns with short-term rentals in the community. And, everybody who has a direct effect on themselves because of one of those items, I don't think should not run for council because they have something that they feel needs to be changed in our community. We have a beautiful community and we're kind of torn on fences. Do we have fences or not? And that's been a big debate. And I know that there's some very strong emotions on that in the community, and there's people who've run and been on planning commission, zoning board, council, and have strong points of view. So I think totally 100% respect all the opinions that come up to the podium and speak in opposition to maybe a point of view I have on a particular issue, and respect that and appreciate it. Does that mean I immediately change my point of view on a particular issue? Not necessarily, but I do take those points into consideration. We have received some lengthy emails with attachments, and I generally try to go through those and read them and take them under consideration, because I think there are some logic and expertise in our community that goes beyond what I know. So, for example, deer. I know my front yard. I know some general context on deer, and I do my research and talk to people, but I think there might be some experts on deer in the community, experts that we brought in from the DNR. So with that, I just want to like I said, I was a bit torn on talking through this, but for me, I think it's important because I will say, while we may not know who has more than 4 cats, in my first election to this body, I did walk and knock on 1,000 doors, and I can tell you that there were more than one house that I came across that had more than 4 cats. So we also had people that had more than 2 dogs at the time. So I think it was appropriate we adjusted the ordinance to recognize people in this community love their dogs, and I think 3 is a healthy number. And we have the right bounds for chickens, cats, dogs, whatever the neighboring behavior might be, to prevent people from being noise or smell or things like that. There are powers that be that allow residents to confront their neighbors through some of the ordinances to make sure that their behavior is appropriate. So if I had 10 chickens in my backyard and they're loud as hell, theoretically I can complain to some degree through smell or whatever else might be affected. So I think from that perspective, I just wanted to lay that out there. I generally look at this holistically. I think cats to me was a big deal, to be honest. I did run into one lady when I was knocking on doors who had clearly more cats than I would ever be comfortable with. And, she loved her animals, and it was COVID at the time, so I stood 15 feet from the door when I was talking to her, but, the cats were running around, and all I could think was, wow, could you imagine that I've just put a policy in place that has this woman with her multiple cats, and I don't know if she still lives here, but, if there's anybody who had those animals and then somebody complained that she just had too many, it wasn't a nuisance or anything, and somebody made her get rid of her cats, it would be heartbreaking. So I can't say that people feel the same way about cats as they do about chickens, but I try to come at these things objectively, not emotionally. So I just wanted to lay that out. And, we had, when I was on a school board, we had similar issues that would come up. We had bonds and some other things that people were very emotional about. And I think it's responsible to say, I know that we have people on here who have very strong opinions about short-term rentals and fences, and I wouldn't by any means say, hey, they shouldn't be expressing their views or be on subcommittees as experts in that topic. I think that's relatively appropriate in my mind. So with that, I just wanted to throw that out there, take it for what it is, but that's kind of where I come from. And anyway, thank you, Mr. George. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Ms. Cascamani?
Nothing tonight. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Abood.
Thank you. Well, just on that comment, some of us who are passionate about things that matter to the people that live in the village do stand up and speak about short-term rentals, for instance, just FYI. General Assembly meeting will be taking place June 25th at the Emerald Theater, 31 North Walnut Street in Mount Clemens. There'll be elections, so that's through the Southeast Michigan Council of Governments, better known as SEMCOG. Michigan Municipal League, sitting on the Transportation Infrastructure Technology Committee, we have a House Bill 4845, which modifies requirements for competitive bidding for certain road construction projects and contracts. Cable Board, I was here a month ago, and we discussed and arranged for a fix or replacement on the microphone audio issues, and hopefully they'll figure out a way to either replace them or make sure that this in and out doesn't occur during council comments or any other meetings that people use this lectern for. Next, planning to move that 400 Lincoln, as you know, and next, continuous progression and preparation for the move for the new facility at 400 Lincoln Street. They plan on meeting with the Village of Beverly Hills, hopefully the manager and the president, to get their take on the contributions that'll be moving forward. So when we do sit with next, we have to ask ourselves, we have over 609 members that frequent next. You got to ask yourself, what would it cost for the village to open their own community center, pay for operations, versus increasing our contribution because now they're moving into a facility where they're going to have more overhead and they're going to be, increase in their operation costs. So I just want to be cognizant of that. And then the next golf outing is their biggest fundraiser, and they gave me a goal. I don't want to discuss it here, but right now I'm looking for the main sponsor for $3,000. So if you're interested, your company's interested, perhaps you can be the main sponsor. And then Senior Advisory Council, we had a meeting yesterday at Independent Oaks in Clarkson. If you've never been there, you really need to check this place out. Just saying, it's like a gem that no one really is aware of. Upcoming event will be at the 1200 County Building, which will be in July, regarding brain health. There's limited room, but I'm planning on getting my county commissioner as well as my director of the community center, or next, Chris Braun. Hopefully she can attend. And thanks for everybody for being here, and I love to see residents who are passionate, and not only passionate, but do their homework and are very bright to be able to come up with different innovative ideas that perhaps most of us wouldn't think of or haven't thought of, or I just like seeing people here. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Drummond?
No comments tonight.
All right. I will be quick so that we can wrap in a few minutes. First off, apologies to our labor attorney, who we have had captive here since about 8:30. Yeah, no, he is billed by the hour, but you got more talk about ancillary items than labor tonight. So thanks for hanging and learning some stuff. We talked tonight about modifying 2 ordinances to get them to do more of what might make sense for the village. Good news is everybody on council has to vote. We talked about, and everybody gets a vote on council. So we talked about the millage, where we, in good faith, set a millage, and with the intention of having it do a certain thing. We now feel that there might be a better direction for that, so rather than waiting till the natural expiration of it, we're talking about how we can modify that decision that council made. Likewise with the animal ordinance, I think it's when you look at unintended consequences and you try to figure out how to handle them. I learned a lot by getting involved in litigation that, the logical, it is easy to say that was a bad decision, you should have appealed it. Then what happens when the appeal to that appeal comes, and we're involving years and another level of court. So the decision that I am trying to make is what works best for the community. We have had this recently where we modified another ordinance where we had years ago enumerated the very, very large number of out-of-compliance homes. And we modified that ordinance, and there was nobody that came in and said, what are we doing about all those violators? And it was 300, was it north of 200? So it's always interesting. I understand, as Mr. O'Gorman said, emotions make things difficult. My decision criteria is trying to figure out what's going to serve the community best, and whether that is multiple instances of potential litigation with unknown outcomes versus trying to figure out whether our ordinance can accommodate the need. The scooters and e-bikes, I am all for figuring out something there. I keep thinking of the Bond cycles from the old Bond movies, mostly in snow, but on sidewalks. These kids are going around with full-face helmets on things that travel faster than should be on a sidewalk. I don't know if we have to permit them and put a sticker on the frame so that parents have to come in and talk to us about having discussions on safety and appropriate behavior on those, but something needs to happen. I have a friend at work whose kid wound up in a couple different kinds of surgery as a result of one of those, so I'd like to avoid that if possible. Last thing, I think DNR grant. That is the grant that Mr. Rothy was talking about is the Michigan Department of Natural Resources has a trust fund that is a bunch of oil tax revenue that sits there and tries to accrue interest, and every year they figure out how much they can spend for acquisition grants. And the first acquisition grant we ever got was to help acquire Winbrook, and the other one is for development grants. And part of the reason we did the Beverly 2050 visioning project is to say, what do we want that park to look like in in 25 years, and then how do we get there? How do we break this into pieces? And as he said very artfully, they would like to see a bit more fully fleshed out plan. I'll bet, because the goal was in March, hey, can you get that in by the April 1st deadline so we don't miss an entire year's cycle of potentially funding? So we asked for a reasonable match for a reasonable village expense, and if we can every year be in that funding portal trying to put one idea or two ideas in and asking for a match on our millage dollars for the park, we have the potential to, double our money. And that seems like a good idea. So that would be to remove the wood chip path through the woods and replace it with a boardwalk, which would help to correct some of the drainage issues, some accessibility aid, put some power through there to help with the hoot. So all kinds of good would come from that, and it would help the life of the forest. I'm excited that they're excited. I hope we get good news in December or whenever they make those decisions. So that's it. I appreciate everybody coming, sharing your input, and thanks for coming. We're going to have to...
a motion to enter closed session.
Yeah, I was going to say we need
a roll call vote to do so.
Yes. Yeah.
Mr. George, for all of you here, before I make this resolution, just want to say that we're going to come back into open session. I would suggest you not stick around and that you catch it on video or in the minutes. So be it resolved that the Council of the Village of Beverly Hills enter closed session under Section 81H of the Open Meetings Act of the State of Michigan to discuss attorney-client privilege legal opinion regarding union negotiations.
Support. Support for Mr. O'Gorman. Ms. Brown, would you please call the roll?
Mr. George?
Yes.
Ms. Cascometti?
Yes.
Mr. Mercer?
Yes.
Mr. O'Gorman?
Yes.
Mr. Aboud?
Yes.
Mr. Drummond?
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right, thank you.
5-minute break, please.
Yes. And we're back from closed session. Anyone like to make a motion to approve the tentative command officers agreement as discussed in closed session?
President George?
Yes.
If I may, I be resolved that the Council of the Village of Beverly Hills approve the proposed tentative agreement with our command officers.
Support.
Support from Mrs. Cascometti. Ms. Brown, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Mercer?
Yes.
Mr. O'Gorman?
Yes.
Mr. Abud?
Yes.
Mr. Drummond?
Yes.
Mr. George?
Yes.
Ms. Cascometti?
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right, thank you. With that, I'd take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Support.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?